Athletic and Recreation Center on Mohawk College campus, where tonight we have a battle for second place in the OCAA Western Division between the Mohawk Mountaineers and the St. Clair Saints. The St. Clair Saints sit at 11-3, the Mohawk Mountaineers at a tough 11-4, right in the thick of the playoff race. This position will decide an automatic berth in the OCAA playoffs. I'm Nick Birdie, alongside me, Christine Midgley. Christine, take us through what we should expect from the Mohawk Mountaineers if they want to be successful in tonight's matchup.
Well, if they want to get that bye week, they really need to focus on their pace. That's what Coach Duffy's been working on with them this week. Actually, he's made sure that they've been watching games from last year over and over, trying to, I quote, tattoo that concept into their minds. So we'll see if the girls can keep it quick, but let's take a look at those starting lineups. Yes,
let's get to tonight's starting lineups just before game time, and what we have for the Mohawk Mountaineers: Steph Rymack, number 15, Hunter Johns, 11, Jasmina Kucic, 34, Carissa Brown, 13, and Sam Pockernick, number 3, as the starting 5. And for the road visiting St. Clair Saints, we have number 10, Aaliyah Martin, number 12, Leah Beeler, number 14, Shannon Kennedy, number 15, Tori Hanser, and number 23, Nicole Tam.
It's sure to be a game. Let's see what's going on.
First tip is off, and underway we go from the David Bray Athletics and Recreation Center on Mohawk College campus. St. Clair with the ball in the offensive end and going to the hoop and up quickly, and missing an opportunity on a turnaround right-handed hook shot is Nicole Tam. And the ball will be turned over after an offensive foul. Good hustle from the Saints. You can even hear it from their head coach, fourth-year man Andy Kiss. But the Mountaineers now on the offensive end, Christine. And they've had some good games of late offensively on the 3-game win streak coming into tonight's action.
Well, it's got to help. They've got Steph Rymack back. Having her miss those couple games over that injury was rough, but she's back, and she looks like she's back in full force.
Unfortunately, a bit of an off start there on the first shot from Sam Pockernick. Felt good from beyond the arc, but didn't look as nice, falling just short on the air ball. Back the other way, leading the attack, Beeler. Now here's a little handoff. Kennedy going to the hoop strong, doesn't get to go, gets her offensive board thanks to Tam, who gets it underneath, can't get the left-hand shot to go. Kick out. Looking at a 3 was Hanser, she'll hold up. Handoff, Kennedy. She goes up fake. Then she does take the 3 and nails it. What a start. Quick early strike from beyond for St. Clair, and a 3-0 lead in the first minute. Rymack looks inside, that one tipped away.
No, it's going to be a fight straight through with these. Both these teams want to this win so badly.
Ball inbounded quickly to Johns. Johns sends it out. Rymack three-pointer, a little bit strong on that one as well. Offensive board down low. Brown finds Pockernick. Kick out again. Johns to Rymack, and she just took the extra step before she put the dribble down. Commonplace to see the Mountaineers have a couple slow starts here and there. I was talking to both Shannon O'Neill and Steph Rymack about it at the end of last game on Tuesday night in their win. And they both had things to say like, it's not exactly how we plan it, but it just seems to be the way it's gone all through the year. They would like to get rid of these slow starts, but again tonight, 3-0 to the first minute and a half. Not a whole lot working yet shot-wise for the Mountaineers in their first couple trips.
Realistically, though, they've been getting it back the last couple games. They are on a 3-win streak, so we'll see if they can keep the momentum up.
Hanser misses down low, and after the loose ball, Mountaineers awarded possession. So a chance to try and get on the board again here. Carissa Brown to Johns. Johns down low. Tried to go inside, down low on the block to Kucic. And it was tipped away, so another inbound for the Mountaineers by the baseline underneath the Saint net.
St. Clair's defense is really focusing on the inner shots here. I think if they stay outside on that 3-point line, this can be where they get the most success.
Inside Rymack, nice little dish, and Kucic. You can hear the slap on the arm.
They can't get through. That's where they're having the problems.
So like you said, tough defense from inside inside the key at least, from the St. Clair Saints, but that time Kucic able to earn herself a trip to the line for 2 free throws. And Jasmina able to hit the first of 2, and that will get the Mohawk Mountaineers on the board in tonight's game. As mentioned and previewed, this is a battle for second place in the OCAA Western Division. The Saints sit a half game, you could say, lead in front of Mohawk in terms of percentage. They're slightly better, 11-3 in 14 games played. The Mountaineers 11-4 in 15 games played coming into tonight's action. Saints moving the ball forward, working inside. Beeler finds her teammate Markovic off the bench for a quick deuce down low. And excuse me, that was not Markovic, that was Martin, number 10.
It was close.
Close enough, 10 and 11 there, Martin and Markovic. A miss from beyond the arc from Rymack as the team starts 0 for 3 from outside. Johns, Rymack again will try from the other angle and hits.
See, there it is, there's the 3-point.
Took a few shots at it, but Stephanie shows no lack of confidence and drains her 3rd attempt. Second on that trip down the court, and now a loose ball and possession. The Arrows in the way of the Mountaineers, and with 7:34 still remaining, very early in the first quarter, the Mountaineers have slowed things down for the Saints. By the way, Kucic, who nailed those 2 free throws, improving upon her 62.5 shooting percentage from the line. There's an air ball, though, from Johns from down low to our left. Here's an outlet pass from Martin, and going up with it was Beeler. Great job by Rymack to stick with her. And only possession won by the St. Clair Saints. No foul on the play, so a good, clean defensive stand from Stephanie Rymack, who, as you mentioned prior to the game, returning for his 2nd straight action, but last time out against Sheridan did not get much time on the court. Duffy seemed to want to ease her back into things. Yeah,
well, you don't want her to come back and then just re-injure herself again, because she is such a strong leader on this team. Huge playmaker, as you see, going in.
Oh, that pass, though, right through the fingertips of Karina Brown. Actually hit her right underneath the chin, I feel. But she looks okay, is shaking it off. Back the other way come the Saints. From the corner, an open look, and it's off rim and out from Martin. Back up top, look for Beeler, doesn't go off rim either. Down low, ball battled with, lost as Martin had the offensive board, and eventually a foul called on the Mountaineers. And it will be Jacayla Douse, who was substituted on by the Mountaineers just prior, as we'll see a couple substitutions from the St. Clair Saints coming on as Cheyenne Riggin now for the first time. There are, well, everyone on, I should say, the Saints, except one player is from the province of Ontario. There's only one member who's outside the province. That would be Alberta native Leah Beeler, who's in her 2nd year from Fort McMurray, Alberta. 5'6" guard who wears number 12 for the Saints. Ball pushed forward, Shannon O'Neill. Kick out, Pockernick from range, just off to the left, and then the ball loosely on the floor goes off the foot unintentionally of Jacayla Douse and out of bounds. So a little bit still of a rough start offensively. The shots not falling for the Mountaineers early, though both sides have gotten some open looks and have just been unable to finish early in tonight's game. Back the other way, a little handoff from Beeler. The shot doesn't go from Tam. Loose ball rebound, grabbed under the net by Riggin, but possession this time, the arrow points the way of the Mountaineers.
So we'll see if with this drive, whether they get that attack that Duffy wants to see. He wants to see those quick passes, and he needs them to be accurate. And that's where I think the girls have been struggling so far.
Karina Brown inside with the right hand, doesn't go off glass. Jacayla Douse an offensive board, and she'll draw the foul on the way up. Jacayla had quite a few offensive boards in their last game against the Sheridan Bruins earlier this week on Tuesday. The Mountaineers have played quite a few games in a row. Sheridan finished 3 games in 5 days for them after playing against Cambrian College over that weekend. And now, after just, well, 3-4 days off, it's been another matchup here at home, and it's a bigger matchup against a team that, as we mentioned a couple times now, sits just in front of them in the standings. Shot goes from Douse. She makes both, and the Mountaineers have their first lead of tonight's game as the Saints move forward. Martin losing it, turning it over. Brown the other way now with Rymack on the rush. Rymack couldn't get much to go there. I didn't get a very good look either.
Well, she was all by herself. There was no one to pass it to, and quite frankly, this team is a lot taller, and when you get that close to the net, you can't really shoot it.
Stephanie found that out the hard way there. Inbounds to Beeler, back to Kennedy. A good fake that drew Rymack's attention away. And now back up. Beeler Under pressure, almost turned it over, picked up by Tam. Finds Kennedy. Kennedy using the screen from Tam. Going to her left, fading away as she shot and put too much on it. Off glass and out. O'Neal to Rymack. She quickly leads Pockernick ahead. Pockernick underneath the net, kick out. Brown right around to O'Neal, open look, doesn't go too much on it again. Mountaineers have been a little strong. It seems like it's not just one player. Everyone's shot's a little strong right now from the Mountaineers, and maybe, as you see it from both sides, it's part of that intensity that comes with playing in a game that's as important as this one.
Oh, for sure, but you could see the passing game got better there. It was a good setup for a play, just need to hit the net.
Martin, one of the key players offensively for this team, had it down low but turned it over. I think she was looking outside. Speaking of top players for the Saints right now, Shannon Kennedy, number 14, as we see Aaliyah Martin, who is one of them, substituting off. Shannon Kennedy's coming off a game where she played all 40 minutes in a loss to Fanshawe, but led the team with 23 points and 9 rebounds, almost a double-double. Aaliyah Martin, one of their better players, struggled to just 7 points. She's averaging now 10.2 a game. There's a shot from beyond from Pockernick, doesn't go. Riggin, the other way for the Saints, wide open break. She'll finish with the right hand. Very easy. And also another player to look at for the Saints, Nicole Tam, 23, down low. She's been involved early on the offensive end. There's Monica Batnick, open three, drill it. And the Mountaineers regain the lead quickly.
Now that's the way you come onto the court.
Good start for Monica. Hunter Johns and Jasmina Kucic set to rejoin her as they call is made over center for a over and back. Not agreeing as Andy Kiss. He felt like he saw quick motion over, and I'm not 100% sure he's wrong.
No, you got some fans disagreeing.
It was a little bit late, the call, we'll say that. But aside from that, Kiss will have his moment with the referee to explain, and either way, Mountaineer possession at center here, just past the midway point of the first quarter. O'Neal inside to Johns, down low, just outside the left block, kicks it up. Monica Batnick, Kucic, Pockernick, right back to Batnick, and she drills another three.
And that was some quick play, well thought out, and
now,
it worked.
Now Andy Kiss is really mad because that cost his team 3 points the other way. Now a turnover at center. Pockernick got it to Shannon O'Neal, who won that loose ball, couldn't go up and under strong enough. She just missed a great lay-in, and unfortunately the loose ball for the Saints slips out of their possession, and the Mountaineers will regain a fresh shot clock, and because of that, Kiss wants a timeout to slow things down for St. Clair, trailing 12-7 with 4:19 to go in the first quarter. And like I was saying, they blew their 4-game win streak in their last game against Fanshawe, losing 61-53 in a game that was very low scoring. The Mountaineers beat Fanshawe this year. Now, these things often don't mean much, but the Mountaineers also beat St. Clair, and they beat them pretty handily. In that game, I believe the score was 74-47. It was almost a 30-plus point, well, just under 30-point victory for the Mountaineers. They really did walk into St. Clair and do whatever they wanted with the Saints. Yeah. Now, my opinion would be that this is going to turn out to be a much closer game, but the way that St. Clair fumbled the ball last game against Fanshawe, the way Mountaineers not only took 2 against Cambrian, but then pretty handily walked over Sheridan at home, I would imagine the Mountaineers are set themselves up quite well to take over this game, and not only because they've got the home court advantage, but because they have all the momentum with how they've won and Fanshaw's lost. Or sorry, the Fanshawe lost from the Saints.
That was exactly what I was going to say. Mohawk has that momentum that they've built. As we said, they're on a win streak, whereas the frustration has to be pretty intense on the St. Clair side because, you said, they lost that winning streak. And so coming in, they've got the frustration. They know how important this game is. So really, they got to get their head back in the game if they don't want to blow this lead. Lead in the standings, not in the game, as you can see by the scoreboard.
Well, they've already blown a couple leads in the game. And like you said, that loss to Fanshawe let the Mountaineers have this opportunity tonight. And Monica Batnick says, if you give me more opportunities like that, I will go 100 for 100 from beyond the arc. She starts 3 of 3.
She came to play.
15-7, 9-point first quarter for Batnick on 3 shots. That's the minimum way to get there. And there's a foul that was a very close call. Lots of pressure again from the Mountaineers right on the ball handler of the Saints as she hits half court. And due to that, they've almost forced another Saint turnover, something they did to the Bruins a heck of a lot earlier this week on Tuesday night. The Bruins had 23 first-half turnovers in that game.
We've got Aaliyah Martin coming back into the game and getting the ball right off the bat.
And she's going to be important if they want to turn things around. Top Kennedy goes inside. Tam just lost the handle on it. Here comes Pockernick. Tries to slow things down, looking for Batnick. They have still not really put someone out on Batnick at the top. She's got another look, but she decides to pass it off. Inside on the block, given out to Shan O'Neill for a three. Just couldn't creep over the rim, but Johns gets the loose ball from Batnick, now feeds Kucic. Great passing.
That's the trick. They just kept finishing through. Do not give up on that ball until it goes the other way.
This is pretty disappointing, I think, for Andy Kiss. He does not look happy early on with the effort coming out of the timeout here. Some quick points for the Mountaineers since the Saints timeout. There's a turnover almost again from down low, but there's a chance blocked away against Martin by Johns. Martin got her chance down low, and Hunter Johns, who does have some size advantage, used her advantage to swat that one away and gets the possession back for the Mountaineers.
And you got Pockernick coming out of the game, being replaced by Rymack, coming up the court now.
Stephanie finds Shannon. Now Johns over to Batnick, and down low O'Neill. What movement by Shannon O'Neill to find space. Got kind of knocked out of her hands. She still won the ball. Gets around to Rymack. The open three doesn't go. Beeler trying to peel out of her own end, pressured by O'Neill immensely. What work by Shannon O'Neill, almost forcing a turnover. Martin, good break though by the Saints. Martin.
Steph is not letting her through there.
Riggin to Beeler. Shot clock running under 5 seconds. They have to put it up now. Down low, Martin, what a play.
And they just make it. No, I think it's safe to say the Mountaineers are improving their defense game right now and making it a lot harder for those St. Clair women.
Batnick now to Kucic. There's Rymack off to the side, just short off front rim. Kucic battles hard, couldn't win the loose ball. Kennedy got there first. Possession goes the way of the Saints. So the Mountaineers lead early. They've had good pressure. Full court press has not exactly been applied like Kevin Duffy has usually used it, but we've seen some real good on the ball pressure, and the off the ball work has been probably just as good because it's really forced the Saints some tough passes, and those have led to those knocked loose balls and there you go again. I didn't even get to finish my point. More pressure and an extra dribble, and she's not happy with herself. That's Riley Welsh.
Yeah, you can see the disappointment on her face there.
Just a bit of a brain cramp coming up the court. Maybe I lulled her to sleep. I was lulling myself to sleep with my words.
That's okay, it happens a lot.
I would imagine so. Pockernick down low from Kucic. Wheels it up top. Steph Rymack, again, returned from injury. Getting more time already tonight. Clearly she's looking a lot and feeling a lot better. And she just missed that lay-in. So now Welsh, up the side, Martin. Works on Kucic, a nice dribble into the middle, but she's picked it up. Here's a pass off. Teammate cutting through the hole, doesn't get it to go, was Riggin. Loose ball rebounded by the Mountaineers, outletted to Batnick on the run, wide open, but she didn't get that layup to go. Kucic, though, tried and could not keep it in bounds. We'll see Carissa Brown substitute in for Monica now. St. Clair will inbound from underneath there. Oh, net, a minute and a half go, or to go, sorry, in the first quarter of play. Riggin, down low, corner, open look, and nailing it is Tori Hanser, number 15 for the Saints, the third-year forward from Wallaceburg, Ontario. Brown, Kucic up top. Kucic trying to shake and bake Welsh. Driving, right hand, a little strong. Johns goes for the board, but went over the back.
You can see some aggression happening in there. You got people hitting the ground. But as you said, there's
continue.
I was gonna say there's about a minute left here for Mohawk. They've still got 6 points on St. Clair.
Hasn't been the most fluent offensive quarter for either side. Mountaineers still have the lead, but both teams have not had a lot of success with the ball in their possession, and that continues for the Saints. Martin's pass intended for Riggin right into the Mountaineer bench, and another turnover. 1:01 to play. Carissa Brown inbounds to Pockernick as we enter that final minute in the first quarter. Pockernick driving through the pressure, but probably had a few teammates she could have looked at there. Got it stripped out of her as she went up. Here's Beeler coming forward. Under pressure from Pockernick, strips it right back. Here comes Sam the other way. Opportunity on the run. Goes with the left hand, but it wheeled out.
Jacayla tried to go for the rebound there, but she didn't quite get her hand on the ball.
And so, a turnover now from the Mountaineers. Good defensive hustle from the Saints back on the play there on that fast break attempt. And that's been one of the better components for St. Clair in the first quarter. They've at least been hustling back on defense, which has helped keep the Mountaineers from having a whole lot of success, even though they've forced an immense amount of turnovers from the St. Clair offense, especially in the last 5 minutes of the quarter. Riggin, good little turnaround, and the jumper just rims out. Loose ball, and it will be a foul.
Got Brown down on the court.
And we're seeing two fouls called at the same time, Riley Welsh and also Karina Brown. And because of that, though, fouls will cancel each other out, and it will be Mountaineer possession with 19.2 to go in the quarter. No shot clock then for the Mountaineers. Pockernick carries forward, worked on by Beeler. Pockernick, Carissa Brown at the top to her sister Karina. Now to Pockernick off the screen. Going against Martin, inside to Douse.
We got 5 seconds left in this game.
Douse doesn't get it to go.
For the half.
Shot goes from Riggin, and it's no good, and the first quarter comes to an end with the Mountaineers ahead 17-11 on the St. Clair Saints in a very important matchup with third and second on the line in the OCAA Western Division. And what we've seen through one quarter, it's been a pretty tight game. And as we come to the end of one, we want to take a look at one of the top rookies for the Mohawk Mountaineers, Jasmina Kucic, who right now, to this point, is a leading rookie for the Mountaineers in points per game at 10. She's a 50% field goal percentage shooter, 50% three-point shooter, 62.5% from the line, as mentioned, coming into the game tonight. 5th for field goal percentage in all of the OCAA. Also was the leading rookie rebounder in the OCAA when it came to the end of the first half of the season at over 10 a game. This is one of the best rookies in the OCAA, somebody who you want to keep an eye on for the Mountaineers going forward. Also a key component, I imagine, if they want to have any success in the playoffs. And you're looking at a couple highlights from the first quarter of play. But part of Jasmina's game that's been so successful has been the rebounding. Another part of that helps having a Kucic and one of those players that goes along with her well down low in the paint would be a Monica Batnick, who we've seen have an immense night from actually outside in the early going of tonight.
She's not somebody that we usually see a whole lot of, but as you said, the minutes that she has played in this game have been very influential. But as you talked about Jasmina, she is someone that we count on time and time again to keep that strong offense and defense. She works hard on both fronts.
And Jasmina also not quiet in tonight's game, 2 of 2 from the line, 1 of 2 from the field with 4 points in that first quarter.
Again, no surprise.
No, not at all. Not a surprise when you see Kucic putting points on the board early. One of the things that we've noticed with the Mountaineers is that they have certain players they like to get started off on the right foot. But then again, that's why we always end up seeing different scorers, it seems, lead the team on each given night. And that's why Duffy loves his spread-out offense.
Well, we use the term rookie to describe Jasmina Kucic, but she really isn't at this point. Duffy has said it as well. There are no rookies on the team. He likes to move people around. He likes to give everybody that opportunity. And that way, rather than having 1 or 2 main shooters, he has a whole team.
Mountaineers won't like what they shot first quarter. They shot 20%, 5 of 25 from the field. The Saints shot a little better at 26.3%, 5 of 19. But of course, the Saints turned it over 8 times in that first quarter. Mountaineers only twice, just couldn't make up a big lead or advantage thanks to the turnovers in that first quarter of play. Saints start with the ball, second quarter underway. Reagan with the shot clock winding down, takes a long-range shot. It does not go as the shooting woes continue for both sides, at least as we start the quarter. The Saints not improving their percentage anymore. Pockernick gives it and goes with Rymack right back. And now across it goes between the Brown sisters. Working on Martin is Carissa Brown into the hole, draws the foul.
And she tried to muscle through there, but not quite. The foul, hopefully she gets those in though.
Andy Kiss trying to deviate some strategy to his team on how to handle the quick playmaking and passing up at the top of the key, mainly for the Mountaineers in the early going of tonight's game. Been a lot of wheeling plays that take it from one angle to the other, and that has kind of split up the St. Clair defense, allowing that cut to the basket. And we've seen the Brown sisters use it to their advantage early on, but but it opens up that three-point shot as we've seen in that first quarter as well. After an out-of-bounds play there, Carissa Brown now inbounding. Pockernick able to snag that rocket. Looked like a football pass from Carissa. There's Pockernick finding Rymack on the move in the corner, and a moving three just off rim, a little hard from Rymack. Back the other way, Saints on the move. Martin. Here's a little, attempt from Tam to go right by Douse. A trip seemed to happen maybe on both ends there, but Andy Kiss feels like there should have been a foul there with pretty distinctive feel to his words, as you can see and hear him coming into the mic.
Getting a little passion there, but
well,
I mean, it's a
as
big,
expected.
It's a big game.
It's a big game, yes. Yes, it is. And that was a non-call from the referee, but a much better view than I think any of us on the court. Pockernick from the left side, drills a three there. Sam awakens in the second quarter, her first points of tonight's game.
That's the trick with Mohawk, is they may start slow, but as the game builds, they just get faster and faster.
Beeler, double team now in the corner, and the possession remains in favor of the Saints. Beeler under immense pressure there as she got over the half-court line. That's been something we've seen a lot from the Mountaineers in the first quarter, which led, I think, obviously to most of those 8 turnovers. And the Mountaineers have had a lot of success forcing turnovers. Their defense has been one of the top defenses across the board in the OCAA this season. Down low, though, an offensive board and put back on the turnaround jumper from Kennedy.
Now that's the trick. With that defense, they need to put just as much pressure as they do on the offense and not give up.
O'Neal whips it around. Rymack inside for Johns, tipped away, but Beeler tried to tip it forward. Ended up being a good play to Riggin. Riggin, pull-up jumper on the run, though, short. Good offensive board from Martin. Martin, turnaround jumper doesn't go. Beeler's going to get called for an offensive foul on the push-off on Rymack. And there's starting to become a bit of frustration with the Saints, it seems, on the offensive end. They've had a few offensive fouls called against them. The Mountaineers just outworking them, getting their feet set in right position. Good work from the Mountaineers early, frustrating those Saints.
Now you've got to hope for St. Clair that they can pull it back together and lose that frustration, because as soon as they're not paying attention to what's actually important in the game, they're going to lose it.
Johns outside, O'Neal open three from the corner, just a little strong. Riggin the defensive board, chased by O'Neal. O'Neal reached out, she can't believe it. And I don't believe either that I saw a whole lot of contact on the play, but the referees trying to keep this game under wraps, because there is, well, I mean, there's a lot on the line, which has created a bit of the tension and aggression, as you said, and it's also creating a bit of a frustration on both sides when things aren't working, as the shots haven't been for both sides early. There's a chance down low from Martin. She missed. Almost a strip down low from Kennedy on Kucic, but she remains in possession, and now Pockernick leading the attack. A cross-court pass, O'Neal. Sets up Batnick at the top, goes inside to Jasmina Kucic. Kucic turns off rim, short.
Not quite high enough.
And like you said, the shots are just not falling right now for either side. It's been a really rough start. Here's a drive, though, and a good little dip and hook from Tam.
That's bringing St. Clair up to 15, only 6 points behind the Mohawk Mountaineers.
2-possession game now, but Pockernick outside look, just a little strong again. Tam finds Kennedy. Kennedy works it forward with some space. Kennedy to the left hand. Dribbling left side in the corner. Martin tries to go up against 2 Mountaineers and unfortunately hit the bottom of the backboard there. Now we have Tam on a turnover there. That looked like the Mountaineers almost were moving in slow motion. And then a big-time block out of bounds. Down low by Jasmina Kucic to turn away the attempt. And some substitutions from the Saints with 6:51 to go. Things looked like they did slow down there and almost went in pause for the Mountaineers as they tried to break out. And because of it, they turned things over. Here's an open look off the inbound. Shot just wouldn't go down for Elena Caldarelli, but the rebound is picked up on the offensive end and put back by Tori Hanser.
I don't know what the St. Clair coach said to them over that quarter break, but it's gotten them moving again. We think we have a game here.
Johns outside O'Neal. Pockernick inside now Kucic. Quick passing from the Mountaineers, and O'Neal, great movement, finds herself open, but again, just a little strong. Great follow-up on her shot, but blocked away. Kennedy right in her face. Now the run the other way. Beeler beats the block attempt, earns the call. It gets a lot of congratulations on the work ethic from her coach there going end to end. She's played most of this early game, So give her credit for the extra effort there at the end of a long series of play. And we will see a timeout from the Mohawk Mountaineers. The Saints will go to the line trying to cut it down under 4. The lead has definitely shrunk, but again, 6:17 to go second quarter. It's only 21-17. There's barely been any points scored, so it's been one of the lower offensive games that we've seen. Again, the Mountaineers very good defensively, but...
Well, as I said, they're getting slow. You can see it. You can see with that pass, Hunter Johns trying to get it up the court, but they're not making it. They're not doing the completion. I think they need to take that extra second, look at where they're passing it, and send it to the right person, because that's not happening.
And right now, with a 4-point lead and the timeout called, I would imagine one of the few things Duffy will lay out to his team during this timeout break, as you take a look in on the huddle of the Mountaineers right now, is that they just need to pick up the intensity they had in the first quarter. They started to pull away, it almost felt like, towards the end.
You saw the drive at first, and yeah, as you said, Bennett was gone. And it's hard because it's not like there hasn't been shots. The shots have been happening, but they're not landing where they need to be.
And unfortunately, because of that, it seems like, as we mentioned for the Saints side, just equally for the Mountaineers, the frustration setting in a bit. I think Duffy wanted to slow things down, remind his team things are not working right now, but they will pick up if we continue to put ourselves in the right positions for those shots. I imagine right now Duffy just wants to keep his team level-headed, as Andy Kiss, you said, did in the last timeout, which has seemed to turn around the Saints.
Well, part of the problem, I think, Duffy, as we said, he talked about the importance of pace, and he's saying everything needs to be quick, but it's only, you can only make it quick if you're making it work. And if it's not making it work, you need to take that extra second to regroup.
Saints get 1 of 2 from the line as Beeler cuts the deficit to 1 possession at 21-18. Batnick, oh, she had an open look.
Oh, I was waiting for her to get that one. She has been making those shots.
It was looking good from beyond, but there's a pass down low, just missed by Parkenik on the attempted steal, but Beeler just misses down low as well. Kucic the other way now to Batnick, cutting around Erbo, and a great kick out pass to Rymack, but her shot doesn't go. She wanted the call, as she was bumped by Hanser at the top and then run over by Hanser on the way by now. Here comes Riggin cutting through, tried to dish out, but there's Rymack, somehow got back on the play.
You can't stop her.
Stephanie appears. Parkenik, there's Rymack with the 3, just a little short. Parkenik, the board, goes up strong, can't get that to go. Nothing will fall for the Mountaineers early. Riggin wants to slow things down a bit now, nearing the midway point of the second quarter. Still 21-18, a very low-scoring affair, and Riggin gets the floater to go. Didn't look like much early on in that play. She just kind of floated around the key and found her way.
Mohawk needs to step it up. There's only 1 point separating these teams right now as we are finishing up this first half here.
There's an open look from Parkenik. Doesn't go again. The Mountaineers have missed their last 9 shots. Nothing has gone in the past 3 minutes for the Mohawk Mountaineers. This has been an awful time to lose confidence offensively. Open look there. Doesn't go for Kenny. Follows her own board up. Almost had it. That was some bad box out, but the Mountaineers escape unharmed.
You got Kucic trying to take it into her own hands.
And almost a block. You can see the sideline stood up. Phil Milanis had something he was about to mouth to the referee. He was able to hold himself back, but he had maybe some, right set of mind there to hold it back, because right now in a game like this, the referees are kind of weary of one of those explosions and looking for maybe a technical.
Yeah, and that's something you don't want to do, is tick off the ref early on.
Although that was a very close call, and I can see why Phil got up, because Kucic, albeit she earns the call here, goes the line for the Mountaineers for 2, shooting just above, as we mentioned, 63% with her 2 for 2 earlier on in the game. Doesn't get that one to go. That was a close play, and Hanser did have her hand on the ball when the call was made. Second for Kucic goes from the line. She's now 3 of 4 in tonight's game. Tequila Douse substituting in for Jasmina, but Andy Kiss before that calls a timeout as he wants to regroup for the St. Clair Saints, who have cut the deficit all the way down to 2 points here at the David Braley Athletics and Recreation Center on Mohawk College campus. If you're watching on M-Link, thanks for joining us. Nick Burney alongside Christine Midgley. It hasn't been what we expected offensively, but if we had to kind of go over what you would expect from a game of this magnitude, I imagine a tougher defensive output, and maybe a few occasional, let's say frustration along with maybe a little bit of aggravation from the fact that this is a really anxiety-filled game. Pressure's on here.
Well, it is. As we said before, you're playing for second place at this point. If you can get that bye week, that is so important. You get that extra week to prepare for the playoffs, whereas other people are going to be exhausted going from game to game. Now, we're not seeing the kind of playing that we expect from our Mohawk Mountaineers. We'll see if they can turn it around once we hit that second half, because I feel that is usually when they come back into play. But we'll see what happens. You've got St. Clair, looks like they've got the fire back in them.
So really, right now the question for the Mountaineers is can they
get it in the net?
Well, can they sink some shots would be an easy question to ask.
Yeah.
But right now, can they create easier shots, I was going to say, would probably be the best case scenario. The way that things haven't gone for them from outside and beyond the arc has really just been an awful start for them today. They probably should start looking towards the net more. And like Kucic on the last series, try to earn those fouls in close. Here's a drive that was turned away in the corner. St. Clair remains in possession, trailing by just 2 points. That one doesn't go for the Saints, and back the other way come the Mountaineers now. O'Neill to Douse. Douse working on Welsh. Douse inside, great turnaround. The left hand doesn't go off rim, but the rebound by Hanser, battling with Carissa Brown. Beeler quickly met by Rymack at half court. Gets by her, then met by two other Mountaineers, and the three of them are able to steal it. Monica Batnick able to knock that intended pass inside for Hanser away. There's a turnover, though, as Tam steals the intended Batnick pass. Her pass through the hands of Welsh. Loose on the floor. What a play by Beeler. Knocks it off of Rymack while she had almost no way of keeping her balance. That was a terrific play by the St. Guard. And now we'll see Kennedy sub back in. Hanser sub off. 3:48 to play second quarter. Martin on the court, joined by Kennedy, Beeler, Tam, and Welsh. Driving to her left, Kennedy just coming on, and she's even the game at 22 with that bank shot off the window. Rymack to Batnick. Mountaineers haven't scored in over 4 minutes of play in this second quarter.
It's now a tie game.
They have not scored, or excuse me, the Kucic points, they have not scored in over 4 minutes in play in the quarter.
And Shannon
minus
couldn't quite
that
get
Kucic
it.
free throw, and as you say, Shannon unable to get that one to go. Down low, Martin fouled on the way to the hoop, and now the St. Clair Saints have a chance to take a lead.
Rymack looking like she doesn't know what's going on.
She is pretty mad right now, pretty confused at what's going on with her teammates and herself, and the shots have not fallen for the Mountaineers. The St. Clair Saints have slowly but surely peeled themselves back into a tie and now can take their first lead since the opening quarter. However, Martin unable to hit on the first shot. She's a 71.4 free throw percentage shooter coming into tonight's action. One of the more reliable Saints from the line. She misses both, but Welsh the offensive board. Tam, open look, pops off rim, down low. Ball battled by the two guards, Rymack and Martin. Rymack wins the loose ball, but the possession will actually, go for Rymack after the call is against Martin on a foul, not a jump ball.
No, and Martin was not happy about that. She was right in the ref's face, pleading
Martin,
for that call to be overturned.
As you said, because of how heated she got, I think a time for Kiss to pull her off here and give Riggin a chance to come on for the final 3 minutes possibly, just to let Martin cool down a bit on the sideline. Douse in the corner, whips it out across. Rymack with three running at her. Couldn't get it to go, just a little strong. Outlet pass for Riggin. Chased down by Brown. Swatted away, but she got some contact. Pretty clear there, and Riggin can go to the line shooting two. Tie game at 22 apiece. And from what I've seen thus far, it looks like the Mountaineers have really just been shook almost by the level of this game and the fact that things aren't working. It's all piling up on them, and they have not scored, as said, in play for over 5 minutes. They have only gotten one free throw point from Desmina Kucic, and that excluding the first 4 points of the quarter. They've scored 5 points the entire second quarter right now.
I think this is kind of a reality check for the Mountaineers. I mean, they've been on the win streak, but even looking at the last game they played, they won by so many points. I don't know if they were expecting St. Clair to come out and be this much of a challenge.
And they're almost a turnover from the Mountaineers offensively. They're trying to catch up now to the Saints, who have a 2-point advantage. Shannon O'Neill will substitute in for Steph Rymack, who had herself a pretty solid run out there here in those past 5 minutes. She didn't help offensively a whole lot as her shots wouldn't fall, but she was giving it a lot of effort. Ended up on the court plenty of times. Pakarnik from the corner, much too strong on the shot. Douse, though, with the offensive board, can't get it to go too strong. Loose ball. Shannon unable to grab it. Might have committed the foul there over the back of Walsh. If not, they're just going to call it out of bounds, which would be helpful for the Mountaineers, keep them out of foul trouble here. Both teams are at 4 and 1 away from the penalty, with still just under now 2.5 to play in the first half. Tam, Riggin, met by O'Neill. Now Beeler inside. Welsh. Kennedy open. Look from 3. Just short off front rim. Pakarnik the board. Pakarnik on the run. She's looking cross court. She wanted Krista Brown. She goes shorter to O'Neill. Now finds Brown. Brown making her move on Beeler to Douse. Douse wants to take Kennedy. Now she looks for a pass. Pakarnik on the way across. Working on Reagan, reaching from Reagan, called on the foul.
There's no easy route into the net at that point. As I said, St. Clair are playing a very strong defensive game.
There really have been no easy avenues to the basket tonight for the Mountaineers, but that foul, because as we mentioned, putting St. Clair now on the 5 spot and in the penalty, the Mountaineers get to go to the line every time they are fouled towards the end of this quarter, including this trip from Pakarnik, where she makes the first of 2 and cuts the deficit down to 1. Pakarnik, a 70% bang-on free throw shooter, coming into tonight's action.
And just like that, she evens it up.
And in a way, the Mountaineers, though, still need to figure out how they're going to score against this team without going to the line. They have not scored since the first 3 minutes of this quarter in play. No. They have 3 points from the free throw line from Jasmina Kucic and now Pakarnik since those first 3 minutes have passed by.
I mean, the fouls are nice to get a couple extra points, but you can't rely on that solely for your entire game.
Now Tam throws that pass away after a bit of a collision underneath the basket, forces a St. Clair player and a Mountaineer player to the floor. And after that turnover, the Mountaineers with a chance to regain the advantage. Pakarnik, O'Neill, back to Pakarnik, inside on the low block. Karina Brown finds her sister Carissa, and there you go.
See, you just needed the twins. The twins will bring it in.
Just needed a little family magic. Kennedy, little handoff pass, Tam the other way. Now Riggin, though, met by 2 Mountaineers. Loose ball. Call goes the way of the Saints. And we'll take a look at this replay here. Mountaineers
there you go. You got
finally getting on the
Brown
board.
To Brown, right into the net.
As you said, took them long enough, but maybe a little sister magic working things out there. There's another unfortunate missed opportunity for a turnover underneath the basket as the Saints will keep possession, but that allows the substitution of Jasmina Kucic for Kevin Duffy. 1:13 remains in the first half of play. A low-scoring first half. 50 points right now between the 2 teams combined. Mohawk ahead 2 points. The shot does not go from Kennedy. Kucic on the run. Finds O'Neill. O'Neill against Reagan. Lost possession for a second. Regains it. Up top, Pakarnik thought about it. Finds Carissa Brown. An open look from the side. Buries it. Carissa Brown.
There we go. You see, we just needed them to bring life back into the team.
Carissa Brown from beyond the arc.
Now
where she shoots just 11% on the year. We'll up that and then we'll take another look. That's actually that shot down low as we take another look at the other replay. But Carissa Brown has scored 2 in a row. And there, O'Neill taking the outlet pass after St. Clair able to get their first points in a few minutes here. But there's a shot that's just a little short from Brown.
And Jacayla finishes. Now there's less than 30 seconds left in this half.
See what the Saints can do, but Mohawk almost forced turnover there.
They're coming back alive. It's nice to see, but not. I mean, they have to get that earlier in the quarter next time.
31-26. Beeler. Shot clock still on, and a foul called at center. O'Neill can't believe it, and Duffy won't like it. It puts the Mohawk Mountaineers in the penalty as of now. O'Neill complains the hands are up. I have to agree. Some of the calls have been tight, but it's in order to keep this game from getting out of hand because there's been a lot of frustration, especially considering these 2 teams have not scored a lot. 57 points between the 2 of them. And with 19.2 seconds to go, the Saints have a chance to cut it back down to a possession game. First shot, though, rimming out here.
Now you saw Duffy, he had a little huddle with his team trying to give them some motivation to finish these last 19 seconds. Hopefully they finish strong.
Beeler, 30% free throw shooter, able to make 1 of 2. She struggled from the line. Shot clock off, as you mentioned, last possession.
10 seconds left in the half.
Here's Kuchin, swatted away by Tam. Loose ball foul by Douse, a silly foul. And now an easy 2 points can be picked up with 6 seconds by the St. Clair Saints. Not a good foul. On the other end of the court, though, when your team, already up by 4 points, is in the penalty, and there's no reason to attack the player when she's so far away from the net and had such a ways to go, but now an easy opportunity, and she makes the first. Shooting from the line is Tam. Tam not only averages 10.1 points per game, but 68.5% free throw shooter coming in, makes both. It's now a 31-29 point lead. Oh, a turnover again. Reagan almost has it, keeps it in. Beeler, second left.
That's it.
And the clock will wind out as she loses it out of bounds. St. Clair had a chance to take a lead almost, if not tie it. Couldn't do that. But what an interesting first half of play we've had for you from the David Braley Athletics and Recreation Center on Mohawk College campus. 31-29, the score at the end of one half of play. Only 60 points between the two teams combined, Christine.
Now that is ridiculous. That's not the game we expected at all. As we said, last time they played, Mohawk won 74-47. That's almost 30 points there. And now look at the score here. They've only scored 30 points, period. They're 2 points apart.
And you know what? It'll be a tough task to get and catch up to those numbers by the end of this one. We need a big scoring second half.
Well, let's take a look at some of the plays that we had that went for the Mohawk Mountaineers.
And we will take a look at these highlights. And as we take a look at these highlights, we'll also leave you with them. So we go to break, and we'll come back with the second half of action between the St. Clair Saints and Mohawk Mountaineers live on M-Link. Nick Birdie and Christine Midgley, stay tuned. Welcome back inside the David Bray Athletics and Recreation Center. The first half intermission has come to a conclusion. The second half of play is ready to begin. Nick Burney alongside Christine Midgley. And tonight we have not seen the offense show up for either side. 31-29 through one half of play, 60 points split between the two teams almost right down the middle. A very tight game though, as expected, between second and third in the OCAA West. And it starts with the Mountaineers coming out with the first 2 points of the second half. Hunter Johns, an easy turnaround jumper.
I talked to Duffy over the break. I'm glad that we got that shot right off the bat. That's kind of the goal, is making more shots. I know we joked about it, is the whole goal is to get the ball in the net, but that really has been the struggle for Mohawk.
Almost a turnover forced by the Mountaineers, something they did well in the first half, but Beeler rides through the court, almost able to get the runner in the lane to go. It was pretty easy how she got in there, but she's unable to get the open look to fall, and the Mountaineers have a chance to extend this lead now. Rymack. Carissa Brown at the top, looks inside, Kucic battling, finds a kick out pass to Pachernik, and all of a sudden the offensive three in the key on the Mountaineers is called. 4-point deficit as the Mountaineers have the only 2 points very early in this third quarter of play. Tam to Martin, now Kennedy. Kennedy, long range look does not go. She played the entire 40 minutes in their loss to Fanshawe in their most previous action. Something we'll take a look at further in between the third and fourth quarters. There's a shot from Rymack that doesn't go. The loose ball ends up still underneath the basket for Johns. Her turnaround doesn't go either. Tam, the loose ball rebound.
And Duffy wanted to see more set shots, taking the time to actually make sure they'd have to follow through, and they're not.
It hasn't shown up early in the third quarter, but Kennedy can't seem to get her shot to go either. Great offensive board down low by the much smaller Riggin. Her shot doesn't go, but a foul on the loose ball called, and it's against Stephanie Rymack. We're going to get a push off here, and that will allow the Saints a fresh 14-second shot clock and a chance for their first point still here in the third quarter. O'Neill subs on for Rymack early. Well, as Duffy makes a move.
You can see Steph shaking her head all the way off the court. You can even hear her say, "I didn't." So she clearly thought she didn't do the foul and wasn't very happy with that call.
And with Rymack getting that call, there's a shot that goes up quick from the Saints. Martin, it doesn't go. Loose ball rolls all the way up to the top of the free throw line. Kucic picks it up, finds Pachernik on the move. Pachernik to O'Neill, open look from three, drill it. Still was a hand in the face even, and she still knocked it down. Shannon O'Neill, those are her first 3 points of the night after a scoreless first half. Reagan finds Martin. Martin inside. Kennedy working, backing down, going to the left against Kucic, and Kucic reached in. And then Kennedy falling to the floor pretty hard, but she looks all right. Been a lot of body contact, the physical game, much to be expected. It's got a playoff type atmosphere, and therefore that's why we had a playoff type defensive attitude from both teams in the first half, which completely shut each other down. So it's not exactly been an awful game. It's just the defense has been so good, as you've mentioned multiple times, Christine, as the Mohawk attack has been stifled by lanes shut down every which way and when.
Okay, well, I mean, I talked to Kiss over the halftime, too, and he was saying he came into this game expecting it to be a battle. He knows what to expect from Kevin Duffy and the Mountaineers. He actually described the Mountaineers as being scrappy. So I think we're seeing a bit of that right now.
It's a good way to get described, I imagine, and Kucic down low puts in the easy lay-in. So the Mountaineers' offense has clicked a little bit here in the early going of the third quarter. Better than that of the Saints thus far. Martin inside. Kennedy dribbles it off the foot of O'Neill, or excuse me, that was Tam, still finds a loose ball. Battling still with it is Tam. Couldn't quite gain possession.
But she still hung on to it that whole time.
And she was surrounded by 4 white jerseys by the time she got herself up off the court. So the Mountaineers came over to help their teammate O'Neill in the cause there, but possession goes the way of the Saints. 7 on the shot clock. Duffy, you can hear him. He just said exactly what I said, but he's letting his team know. We're just letting you at home know. Martin, though, oh, that pass went off a hand still. She picked it up in full stride and lays it in. First real easy bucket we've seen in this game, surrendered by both sides. Pockernick, her pass off a hand, stolen by Martin. Then she had it almost knocked away by O'Neill at center court. She battles with both Pockernick and O'Neill, fighting through.
She got it out.
And found Hanser going to the net, blocked away by the underside of the net. Loose ball goes out of bounds. Substitutions will come from the Mountaineers, but the call is St. Clair possession. Hanser felt she was fouled on the way. Just good defense, though, staying with her to the basket by Jasmina Kucic, who is substituted off as part of 3 subs for the Mountaineers. Batnick, Douse, and Karina Brown hit the court for Mohawk. Tam, cross-court pass, Beeler. Beeler decides to go up for it with a hand in her face, and it came up short. The attempt from Kennedy was there to keep it in, but she stepped on the baseline. So early on, a little bit better in terms of the offensive output from both teams in the quarter, but not a whole lot. 38-33 is our score. 7-4, the Mountaineers have outscored the Saints in the early going of this quarter. There's a turnover again. Kennedy to Martin on the run. Beeler pulls up. The deuce doesn't go. Loose ball picked up by Beeler. Her pass off a hand, stolen by Pockernick. Could she keep control? No, but the foul is called against the Saints. Still, sloppy basketball has dominated this one. Defense has been so good from either side. The offense have just looked really, I guess sloppy is the best word, not dangerous at all.
No, well, I mean, you said defense has been on point. That's been Kiss's focus. He said that he was focusing on more zone coverage going into this next half here, because that's what's been working. And
clearly it has kept up working. That, though, not working for the Mountaineers. An easy 2-on-1. And it leads to an easy lay-in. So, lead cut down again by the Saints. They're getting a little closer, like they did midway through a second quarter where the Mountaineers struggled to score, and they've missed 2 straight threes on back-to-back possessions again. Here's a rush from Martin. Felt like she'd draw the foul, did not get the call, did not make the shot. Good body work by Batnick to stand her ground. She feeds ahead to Pockernick, who looks inside. Carissa Brown, kick out, O'Neill. An up fake. Now a great pass to Douse, but she couldn't get the easy lay-in to fall, and the loose ball is knocked out of bounds. Last touch by Mountaineer. 3-point game, and the Mountaineers offense starting to sputter. 3 straight possessions where they can't get the open look to go. 2 threes and a look inside from Douse that have failed them.
Now Duffy wanted to see more of an attack on the front of the court, but it's really not. It's not working out. It's been, as you said, kind of incomplete passes and not very well set shots.
And they're
unlike that.
I was going to say, much unlike the shot we just saw from Tam. Wide open underneath again were the Saints. That's 3 straight possessions. The Saints have had easier looks at the basket, something Duffy does not appreciate at all. That, though, he does. 3 from the corner, Shannon O'Neill. Second 3-pointer of the quarter for Shannon. That has supplied her with all 6 of her points. Big turnover. Batnick the block. Pockernick to the rim. Sam leans in and gets the hard lay-in against the body of I believe it's Hanser. And that could spark the Mountaineers here. A couple quick baskets. 6-point advantage. Back the other way. Blocked away. Douse got her hand all over the Caldarelli lay-in. Much too light from Caldarelli. And the Mountaineers, after sputtering for just a moment, turn it right back on with 4:44 now remaining in the third quarter. Big moment in this game. 6-point lead. Can they really stop the Saints and put a real jolt to their offense here? Here's a chance for Hanser, knocked away. Still, no, the call is Mountaineer possession. Kiss does not like it at all.
He is not happy about that. You can probably hear him through our monitors.
He's clearly making it known that he felt it was last touched by White. O'Neill, though, has a smile with the referee. She's saying, oh no, it was definitely green. Or at least I would imagine.
Of course she's going to say that, though, because she's going to want the ball.
I would hope so. Rymack to Batnick. Again, chance for the Mountaineers to really expand this lead and start to really build momentum till Shannon's pass went to the non-7-foot Stephanie Rymack, still listed at her current, I believe it's 5 foot. I'm taking a look, I don't want to get it wrong, 5'4". That one into the second row, though. There's a pass down low. Tam found Hanser. The foul goes against the Mountaineers. St. Clair can maybe slowly put an end to this momentum building by the Mohawk Mountaineers that has taken place over the last minute and a half, 2 minutes here. And it seems to be like this game won't allow both teams to take advantage for too long and gain that lead. Now, the St. Clair Saints really haven't had a big lead in this game. The Mountaineers have opened up a lead in the second quarter and then had the gap closed. They've opened up again a lead in the third quarter. This is where they kind of let the gap close in the second quarter. Can they avoid that here is the real question.
And see, that's really the opposite of the way you want to play it. If you're losing that momentum towards the end of the quarter, by the end of the game, you're going to not be in a very good position.
Very true. Rymack to O'Neill. Hanser, by the way, that 65% shooter, made both from the line. Big shots from the Saints, cutting the deficit to 4. Rymack off the screen with a quick shot. Doesn't go, pops off rim. Still, things have not worked as well as the Mountaineers have hoped offensively tonight. Tam, the pressure is on from the Mountaineers. Kennedy decides to spot up a long-range 3 and drills it. Suddenly a 1-point game now, as Kennedy able to hit from way out. Take another look at that 3 right in the face. And there, though, back the other way, the Mountaineers, as we were showing you the replay, able to answer with a 3 of their own and regain the 4-point advantage. 46-42, and a timeout will come after a turnover. And I think they're asking for a why we paused there and got a little bit confused, sorry, was the assistant coach Phil Melanis came over to our table, because sometimes people will get confused, think we're the scorers.
We don't really have a lot of control.
We don't have a lot
here.
of the cables where the scorers are linked up to us, so, but he was asking for a change of the score, so St. Clair looking to double check what the score line should be. The Mountaineers trying to score inside while Kucic turned it over. And right now with 3:22 to play in the third quarter, the Mountaineers' lead remains currently 46-42. Hanser inbounds. Beeler looks for Martin under pressure, but the St. Clair Saints break that full court press with ease. Tam working against Johns. Bit of a handoff to Kennedy off the screen. Worked hard by Brown. Wanted the shot. Looks inside. Down low Martin. Nice kick out. Hanser. Nice little move to open up a shot. Doesn't make it though. Open look again. Missed by the Saints. Carissa Brown now to Sam Pockernick. Pockernick. Rymack trying to beat Hanser, her fellow 15 off the dribble. Couldn't. Hanser used that bigger frame to her advantage. Beeler. Lots of pace to this one now. Martin inside, goes up for the shot, too short.
Little short, yeah.
Kucic running the court, feeds Rymack for 3, doesn't go. Kennedy knocked down inside as she grabbed the board. They're gonna wave off the score. Duffy cannot believe it. To at least Duffy's opinion, she definitely was not bumped by a Mountaineer, or at least bumped hard enough by a Mountaineer to draw that call, and Kucic's basket waved off.
Regardless, the refs are in charge of the game, and I mean, there's only so much you can do. You have to brush it off and keep fighting. And
they do have the closer look on that play. He jumped on it, did not hesitate to make that call. Beeler, Tam, guarded tough by Hunter Johns, right on her. Great defense by Johns. Now Kucic with a steal, working against Welsh on the run. Kucic gets the call and one.
See, she needed to get those points back. It worked out in the end.
And what a finish under pressure. Welsh, though, did not need to foul. That was a bad decision. Here's a great look from our camera angle underneath.
Beautiful.
Kucic literally cut right in front of our cameraman, I believe, on that one. Great job of getting the angle. So thanks to our crew for that. And also great finish by Jasmina with all that pressure on her from behind.
And there's another one for her.
And Jasmina finishes it off with a
some more
three-point
points
play. Yeah, the classic style of three-point play. Like back in the old days when there were no three-point lines, which I am not from, I promise.
You are not that old.
No, and I don't really wish I was either. So we're going to end that conversation right there as Jacayla Dowse is substituted in. And Jacayla, I have got your name right every time tonight. I just want her to know.
I'm impressed. She's going to be very proud of you.
I'm impressing myself slightly with this. 2:16 to play for the third quarter right now. 4-point lead has been stretched now to 7, although now Tam from the line for the Saints, able to make the first. She will be able to try and cut this back down here a bit for the visiting Saints, who are still, as mentioned by Christine and myself, in second place at the start of tonight, But that loss to Fanshawe really cost them because the Mountaineers caught up a full game and gave themselves a chance to surpass them tonight, and they're doing the job thus far. Douse down low, doesn't get it to go over Tam. Rushing back the other way, Beeler guarded hard by Rymack, ran into a wall as Carissa Brown stood her ground, and somehow to Brown's dismay, I was going to say delight, I don't know why, but to Carissa Brown's dismay, the call is made. And she's going to get substituted after picking up the personal foul.
You've got O'Neill and Batnick, and your other Brown coming back into the game.
Sister Karina joining Douse, Pockernick, as you mentioned, Batnick and O'Neill on the court. For the Saints, Welsh, Tam at the line shooting right now, Beeler, who makes the first, and then also Kennedy, who will take a little bit of a look at a little more in-depth in the middle of this break between third and fourth quarter, and on the court, Caldarelli closer to the bench. There's a miss, though, on the second opportunity from Tam from the line. Batnick the board, outlets for O'Neill. Working on Kenny to the right. Drop off to Karina, looked inside to Douse, got the call. Great passing. Mountaineers up off the bench, they love that kind of playmaking. Terrific fast passing and great footwork to be moving around like that, and great cut to the net by Douse.
I told you, that's what Duffy wanted to focus on. He wanted those quick feet, and he wanted those sharp passes. So we'll see if Douse can get these next couple points here.
Douse from the line, as you mentioned, and she's unfortunately unable to make the first. Douse currently has not had 3 games right now in the second semester, not a whole lot under her belt in terms of even getting to the line, but she's only shooting 38% currently, and unfortunately will lower those stats with a pair of misses here, and almost able to steal it back was Karina Brown, the veteran, but the ball just off her fingertips and out of bounds. 4-point game coming to the end of the third quarter. No team has been able to really stretch the lead and take advantage. And now an 8-second violation on Kennedy, who took just that long, 1 second possibly too long, to get that pass across center to Martin. Batnick to inbounds. A turnover here that can help the Mountaineers extend the lead. They just missed a chance from the line as Douse missed both free throws. Pockernick, nice catch and move towards the middle, driving but couldn't get it to go. Douse, the offensive board, says this is better.
She finishes it.
She doesn't like the line. She prefers right under the basket.
Hey, you know what? As long as it goes in, who really cares?
I don't think Duffy will. Beeler the other way, Saints trying to answer back. Inside pass was dangerous, still picked up by Welsh, and she'll get a call on Karina Brown, who has no idea how they made that one against her. She had put her hands straight up, set her feet, but Welsh, who looked maybe a little out of control, does earn the call, will go to the line. And for Welsh, currently, Riley, 44% from the line, not a clutch free throw shooter, we'll say. One that not to be rude, but could use a little more practice at the line, and shows on the first, going off left. She only does average above 3 points per game by quite a little bit, 3.2. So not a huge time score for the Saints thus far this year, but a chance to cut this deficit down. Second goes from the line, much nicer from Riley, and that cuts the deficit to 5. Welsh, part of some substitutions here. Caldarelli will come off to the sideline as well. Riggin joining. Tam, Hanser, Beeler, and Kennedy on the court, the 5 Saints. Pockernick, O'Neill, Douse, Karina Brown, and Monica Batnick, the 5 Mountaineers, for the final minute of the third quarter. 5-point advantage as mentioned. Pockernick swings it around. Batnick wants it. Oh my goodness, what was that? I don't think she decided, quite frankly, to the very end. Still great pass by the Mountaineers. Almost.
Not quite good enough, though. Now we're under a minute left. We're going to see if St. Clair can pull off, evening out the score.
It's going to be tough on them to cut into this deficit. They've been trying all quarter, but they have done a pretty good job of staking pace. Here's a shot. Oh, didn't quite get the look she wanted, and because it misses the net completely, shot clock violation against the Mountaineers. So from the baseline, Hanser finds Beeler, and now Tam. Tam at center. Really met by 3 Mountaineers. O'Neill with the pick. Spin move by O'Neill. Oh my God! How do you hit that? I don't think she saw the basket as she let that one go. Greatest shot I've ever seen, maybe. Maybe.
Beautiful.
A little special.
Let's take a look at that shot again.
We have to. Oh my goodness, Shannon O'Neill, what a finger roll. And back the other way, the Saints with an offensive foul. What a job by Karina Brown. who has not had things go her way on the defensive end, as she's really found herself in the right position. Great feet set on most occasions. Gets some love there, earning the offensive foul call against St. Clair.
There are 23.1 seconds left in the quarter here.
And that means the shot clock off.
And it goes to Batnick.
Down low, what a pass to Brown, almost able to finish the give and go. Kennedy.
10 seconds left in this quarter.
Tam to Riggin, and a foul.
Duffy's calling for the travel.
Duffy wanted the travel call, but unfortunately he's not wearing the right shirt for that job. And because of that, the foul called against the Mountaineers, and because they are in the penalty, unfortunately, easy buckets again is the opportunity presenting itself to the St. Clair Saints at the end of a quarter. And Duffy is not happy with that outcome. Especially not when you have a pretty solid free throw shooter like Tam hitting the line, who shoots 68.5% coming into tonight's game and has done a pretty solid job at the line herself today. She makes both as well. With 8 seconds left, Carissa Brown will come on. Shannon comes off. That's Shannon O'Neill. 5-point lead right now. Final 8 seconds of the third quarter.
It's close. This game is going to go right down to the wire.
Well, the fourth quarter will be very interesting as we bring to you the end of the third with the Mountaineers seemingly going to go to the line now is Sam Pockernick with just 3.4. And you can see Andy Kiss with a real tough look on his face after that foul. They had just been handed 2 easy points the same manner. And right there, his team hands them right back. Sam Pockernick, a very good free throw shooter, and she buries the first from the line as we expect from
And you
Sam.
saw Duffy bringing in his team, regrouping them for that last 3.4 seconds, seeing if we can get a little more out of the Mountaineers in this quarter.
70% free throw shooter coming in. She does miss that one. Good offensive board, a chance for a point here. And Douse couldn't get it to go. She did have a couple teammates open. She wanted to go up strong with it. Unfortunately, didn't get it to fall. 54-48, 6-point lead. We're going to take a look, though, as we come to the end of the third quarter, at a visiting player profile. We did look at one of our Mountaineers in the first half, or at the end of the first quarter. Here at the end of the third quarter, Shannon Kennedy, number 14. And she averages 18.4 points per game. Christine, 41.3% field goal shooter. Not the greatest from beyond the arc at 39% roughly, but third in field goals across the OCAA, fourth in three-point percentage, and fifth overall in three-point percentage. So I imagine, like we said, what a key component she's got to be to this team.
Well, the thing with Kennedy is that she has the stamina. In her last game, she played the entire 40 minutes, which is absolutely unheard of. And to go from that game, coming into this game, to see this kind of turnaround where she's still doing that well, it's so impressive.
So, Shannon will need to keep up the good effort and good work tonight that she's put in to kind of keep her Saints at bay and with the Mountaineers so far through this game. Now, considering that, as we look back on some third quarter highlights, from the quarter, what we have through this game has seen a really up and down pace. There's no consistency offensively for either side. Kennedy has been one of the few bright spots. A Batnick on the other side for the Mountaineers. But as we do come into this fourth quarter, I think what both coaches would like to say to their teams during this huddle, and you kind of brought it up at halftime, is what's happened defensively is fine. You want to keep that up. There's just some way you got to find those shots that are a little bit easier. And it just seems like sometimes as things start to go well, the teams fall back into those harder shots.
No, and at the end of the day, you need to keep it easy. You need to keep it as straightforward as possible because, as we said, it doesn't matter how hard the shot is as long as it goes in.
And in all honesty, the Mountaineers have done a slightly better job than the Saints at getting those open looks. As the third quarter kind of developed, though, the Saints found themselves in the right spot and shut those areas out. So the back and forth has continued. Right now, the Mohawk Mountaineers up by 6 as we're about to get set for the fourth quarter to start. And I would imagine, again, one of the hype things that has been kind of spoken most about this year between this team is they score in a balanced attack, the Mountaineers. And if anything, Kevin Duffy would really need his team to figure it out tonight because, yes, Monica Batnick has been their most bright spot offensively, but she hasn't exactly been shooting the lights out as none of the Mountaineers have.
No, and we talked about the importance of the defensive line in this game as well, and as we said, it has been going pretty well. But Kiss has been trying to be flexible with his defense and get them moving to balance with what Mohawk's doing, whereas Mohawk sticks to their man-to-man coverage for the most part. They don't really sway too far from that.
A miss inside from Carissa Brown. Loose ball, though, still available. Kucic came up with it, battling, finds Pocket. It goes right back in hard and earns a call. And right there, that's just extra effort on the side of the Mountaineers that outdoes the lack thereof effort of the St. Clair Saints. That's what's going to end up being the difference, I think, in this game because of how much these two teams thus far have struggled offensively, and the touch is just not there. So shots are just not going to appear and out of nowhere start falling. It's going to be the extra effort that earns
you have to be putting that effort. You have to be taking the opportunities. So really, I mean, we said that from from the first second of this game is it's going to be a battle, and it's going to be whoever wants it more.
Pockernick able to hit from the line. The lead extended now for the Mountaineers to 8. First 2 points of the quarter. The leading scorer, of course, for the Mountaineers, Pockernick, 17.4 points per game, leading the team coming in. Also a good free throw shooter, sitting above 70% there. Martin losing the ball along the baseline. Tough defense by Sam Pockernick.
And Martin didn't think she went out. You saw her face on that one, but I mean, I said the ref's right there. It's her call.
So the Mountaineers with a chance to get the first few points now on the board here in the quarter. Rymack under immense pressure by Beeler as she works up court. Rymack to Pockernick. Pockernick works to her left against Reagan, awaiting some movement from the Mountaineer offense. Gives off to Brown. Kucic. Rymack looks inside.
5 seconds on the shot clock.
Pockernick, and the reach in comes from Tam. Not good timing late in the shot clock on the foul. So to start the quarter, things have worked more in the way of the Mountaineers than the Saints, which is a good sign for Mohawk. See if they can make it count on the offensive end. Johns with the up fake, off the inbounds. Her pass, though, kind of went off the hand, glancing off Kucic, who didn't seem ready for it. Reagan the other way, doesn't get fouled, looked for the call.
Rymack is right in there, though.
And Rymack, as you mentioned, able to grab the loose ball, but her lead pass for Pockernick just a little too far.
Again,
but somehow, as Kiss cannot believe, and neither can Kennedy, a tip was called by the referee. Kiss cannot believe it at all. Johns looks for Kucic down low. Inside, blocked away by Kennedy, coming through for the Saints on the defensive end. Beeler back the other way. What a lay-in attempt. She came in hot and heavy and just could not bury it.
She's looking to Sam.
Now here's Pockernick, as you mentioned, driving, tried the kick out. She might have earned the call, but instead stepped on the baseline as she made that pass.
Now you can see the intensity, even in just that last 2 minutes, has gone way up.
And it's been picked up, especially starting with the benches. And Andy Kiss getting very involved, trying to will his St. Clair Saints a bit, and it has worked. An early score there has gotten them a little bit back into this one. Cheyenne Reagan. Carissa Brown had that one almost slip out of her hands, but she finds Hunter Johns to the cutting Rymack. Cut right through 2 players. Slid on through the defense like a knife through butter. The problem was she just lost the handle. It was off a Saint player, though. So an inbound here. Rymack gets the quick catch and shoot 3. Doesn't go. Loose ball. Martin with it. Saints on the run. Martin tried to throw it ahead, goes right into our table. My booster juice almost got messed up, and that's all that really matters to me. No. Unfortunately, we almost got to get a little too close and personal with Aaliyah Martin.
But it's okay. It was narrowly avoided, and that's what counts. Now we're going to bring the
ball to be inbounded by the St. Clair Saints. Reagan takes the inbound from Martin. Reagan working on her opponent, but now double teamed by Dowson O'Neill. Just able to hand it off to Beeler. Good help by Beeler there after the great help defense by the Mountaineers. Martin off the handoff with the shot clock coming down. Too short off front rim. Douse the handoff and stolen. Not the best of passes there as Kennedy was right near Rymack. Now Martin lost her dribble. Has to give it back to Beeler at the top, but the open look is drilled by Beeler. The game now cut down to 4.
Mohawk cannot be giving up those kind of turnovers this late in the game, especially with a score that is this close. We are 4 points apart.
Rymack tries to extend that and does to 7 as Stephanie answers right back with a big clutch 3. 59-52, the Mountaineers have a 7-point advantage as we work towards the 7-minute mark of the fourth quarter. There's an inside look off the hands of the defense. Hanser couldn't quite get possession, and because of that, St. Clair will have to inbounds. There's an open look from Kennedy, does not go off rim. The loose ball is knocked out of bounds by a St. Clair Saint. The Mountaineers will be able to substitute now Monica Batnick in for Sam Pockernick, who's played all the first 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, and will now get herself a quick rest. O'Neill inbounds to Rymack, back to O'Neill, now to Douse. Good work by the Mountaineers to break the so-so full court press of the Saints. Pockernick to Rymack, Rymack. O'Neill open look, a little bit off to the right. She follows up her own shot and almost grabbed the board, but Kennedy beat her to it. Now ahead to Martin. Nice bounce pass. Reagan with the lay-in, wouldn't crawl over the rim. Loose ball poked free. O'Neill on the run. Great hustle by Shan O'Neill.
She's looking for some help.
That ball was a kick ball, though, on her her pass inside, and it will be Mountaineer possession to inbounds with 19 seconds to go. And the Mountaineers have kept up the defensive pressure and also that effort, as you saw it there from O'Neill. That's the definitive effort that has them with this, small advantage still over the Saints. Shot missed by O'Neill. Douse, though, grabs the loose ball rebound, can't get it to go. Reagan gets the board on the run, waiting for teammates to catch up. Reagan, Kennedy, inside. Hanser battling between two Mountaineers, tries to squeeze through, could not. Great keep in by Martin, but her pass picked off by Douse. Rymack outlets for O'Neill. O'Neill, kick out, open three, Batnick, got it! And that will force a timeout call from Andy Kiss and the St. Clair Saints, who have allowed the Mountaineers to expand a 10-point lead, and what a great look. O'Neill, the extra second, and finds a wide open Batnick sitting right behind her for the open three-point shot.
Now, Batnick has definitely been the surprise in this game. I say that she's been all about the three-pointers, which, as we said, Mohawks having so much trouble driving it to the net. I think the three-pointers really are their key to keeping their lead. As you can see, we're at 62-52 for the Mohawk Mountaineers, 10 points separating them with 5 minutes and 48 seconds left in the game.
Well, it's coming down to the nitty-gritty, almost halfway through the final stanza here. And as we know, it's been a close game, a low-scoring game through most of it. Both teams have barely crossed the 50-point mark until we got later into this second half.
It looks like they've woken up at this point. We're seeing a bit of that scrappy attitude.
It's happened, and Mohawk has scored exactly the same amount of points to right now in the second half that they did all of the first half, matching the 31 in the first half with 31 now in the second. St. Clair has done much of the same after a 19-point third quarter. They have only scored, though, 4 points in the fourth quarter, which has not helped as they've tried to keep pace with the Mountaineers. So slowly, the Mountaineers, the offense is picked up, but as we're mentioning now, the St. Clair Saints need to find themselves or else they'll get real far behind here, and that would work just beneficially more for Mohawk.
Oh, they would lose that second place position.
Rymack from the corner drills a three out of the timeout.
As we said, this team has woken up.
13-point lead for Mohawk. Kennedy turned it over inside. Rymack fouled hard by Kennedy, but that means another opportunity to stretch this lead. The Mountaineers are starting to take over with 5:25 to go. And you can sense it all over Andy Kiss, and it's possibly bleeding onto the court a bit through his team, is the fact that this team feels that second place slipping away, because if they lose this game, they've now lost their ability to decide if they can finish in second. They will need the Mountaineers to drop a game along the way, or else it is the Mountaineers' position to lose if they can hold on to this lead tonight.
And as you said, for St. Clair, you can see the frustration spreading onto the court, and that's where they're going to fall apart more, because as soon as that frustration happens, they're not paying as close attention to the game. They're not making the best plays, and we're seeing them fall apart.
And I think, oh my goodness, I couldn't even get a thought out.
For Mohawk.
I couldn't even think before Steph stole that ball. And Andy Kiss, and poor Andy Kiss looked over like Christopher Walken, which I'm sorry to say he does have slight resemblance of, and just pointed dully over at our table.
Walken. Let's take a look at
But
Steph.
we have to take a look at Steph Rymack, who stole it so fast I couldn't even breathe almost, let alone think
you can't keep
to
up with
score.
her.
And then, as I mentioned, so diffused by all this action here in the past minute since his last time out. Kiss is calling a timeout pretty much to say, what did I just tell you? And I get that feeling is almost setting in too much on the Saints. You can look at them right now on the sideline as we see Kiss here on our great camera shot from our guys right over near the sideline. And the rest of the teammates, there's a great look from our camera guys, just demoralized. They just don't seem like they have any energy left to give, and they look in shock that they've almost let this lead expand to nearly 20, and most of it in the past 2 minutes, Christine.
No, well, as I said before, Kiss had said it was going to be a battle. That's exactly what we've gotten. And he even explained to me it's really hard to make set plays to go against Mohawk because they are that good under Duffy's lead that they can anticipate where they're going. So it's really hard to make a set plan before you go onto the court. You really do need to have that adaptability. And as soon as the frustration grows, St. Clair is losing that adaptability.
And unfortunately, this game might actually become a little more stretched out if things are to continue. Of course it will. And therefore, we might not have exactly that close end that we really were forecasting in that third quarter. We thought this game would come down to the final possession, if not at least the final minute. Right now, as there's another turnover, a horrifying inbounds pass to no one from the St. Clair Saints. This game is really getting out of hand.
No, we're looking at 69 for Mohawk, 52 for St. Clair with 5:12 left in the game.
Not a good sign from the Saints. Batnick off the catch. Great little up fake, nice drive, and a better finish. Mohawk has cracked the 70-point marker, leaving St. Clair nearly 20 points behind. Here's a nice outlet pass, though, from the Saints. They try to attack the rim. Tam, though, much too hard off glass, had an open look and blew it. Kennedy, though, great work offensively, in the offensive end.
But
and she
Jacayla
could
brings
not
it back.
get it. Good point, Douse. Great back checking there, almost, if you want to say, to use a hockey term. There's a shot that goes up from O'Neill, doesn't go. Tam the board. Beeler now. Under pressure, though, has to knock it off the legs of Rymack just to keep possession for St. Clair. So, the Mountaineers have kept up the pressure. They've expanded it to a 19-point advantage right now, and they are showing no signs of letting up at all. And that is exactly what Duffy preaches. These are the kind of teams and games that you would not want to give a single minute or opportunity to.
No, and they just need to stay this strong for the next 4 minutes.
And
as
they're
you can see,
showing it. Oh,
Stephanie
my.
Rymack.
Stephanie Rymack, like you mentioned. And one, cutting to the hoop, strong with the left hand. We have to take another look as Steph once again forces us to take a couple more looks at some fine basketball as she has created some steals, and these turnovers are clearly turning into points that are costing the Saints more than on the scoreboard, but more mentally, I think.
Oh, you can see, if you just take a look at them, you can see it right on their faces. But Rymack coming in again for a foul. Let's take a look. And she gets that first shot.
And as you said, Rymack just not missing these opportunities for points. So a three-point play the old school way, but it was called, again, this is the second time in a row, an extremely hard foul. And because it was a hard foul, possession for the Mountaineers here. And of course, that's being called, I believe, a flagrant in that case. And that one, I'm not 100% sure which St. Clair Saint it went against, but there's about 2 more offensive rebounds for Douse, but unable to get one to go underneath. Saints the other way, trying to get something going offensively. Martin, off front rim, didn't get to go.
And
loose
it's
ball.
out.
Somehow, Mountaineers can't believe it, but possession remains in favor of the Saints.
I was sure that went off the foot of
It looked
one
like
of the
it went off
Saints.
the foot of Martin herself, and now, after a little chat, they will make that call, justifiably so, Mountaineer possession. Rymack getting a well-deserved break will come to the sidelines here and onto the court for the Mountaineers. Joining Pockernick, O'Neill, Carissa Brown is Kucic and Johns. Pockernick to Jasmina Kucic, the top rookie in terms of scoring and defense for the Mountaineers and one of the best in all the OCAA. And there's teammate Shannon O'Neill, still one of the better all-around players in the OCAA, both offensively and defensively, and now shows it on both sides. What a steal by Shannon. What a keep it. Carissa Brown under pressure finds O'Neal. O'Neal wants to reset things. Another great part of Shannon's game, such patience for a player. After being at 100 and seems like 50 miles per hour to be able to tone down.
Can't handle it though. Oh, but it goes back to Shannon.
And Shannon just missing, as you said, finding herself there near the ball. There, Kiss cannot believe that whack didn't deserve a foul. And now the referees are going to call a technical foul on the St. Clair coaching staff. Andy Kiss cannot believe it. He does not have a clue how the whack call came, or sorry, did not come against the Mountaineers there, which forced what was about a 4th or 5th opportunity for the Mountaineers offensively in that series alone.
Couldn't have said it better. We'll see if Sam Pockernick can put some more points on the board here.
Pockernick has been very good from the line today, as she
Except
has on
for
the
right
season.
there.
Except for when I probably mentioned it right before she shoots.
Well, you jinxed her. That was really your fault.
So Pockernick misses the one-off on the flagrant foul shot, or the technical foul shot, I should say, after the coach receives the technical.
We're calling a timeout for St. Clair.
And Kiss wanting the timeout as he came over to the sideline. Probably just wants to talk to his team right now, who I'm sure they're behind the 8 ball in points, and this game has slipped away from them. They're down 25. Things have pretty much left them behind. They're not coming back in this one. And at the same time, it's probably harsher, I think, because of the fact that they lost the last game. So this game became a game that they needed to win in order to stay above Mohawk, and the way they've really played this 4th quarter has been just awful.
Well, I think it's hard once you go from a 4-win streak and then you have that loss. It really does just bring the whole team down, and then to come into the debark here and have a game like this, as you said, clearly not playing all the way through, which you can't do that at this point. I mean, playoffs are in sight. As we said, they are fighting for this 2nd place position, and I think at this point it is pretty safe to say they've lost it. Coming back from this deficit is a lot of work, and I don't see that they can pick up the slack at this point in the game.
And it would be tough to ask the Saints to make up a 25-point deficit in a game that both sides have not hit the 25-point mark in a quarter.
Let alone 3 minutes and 12 seconds.
Now, the Mountaineers do have, after scoring 23 in the 3rd quarter alone, have compiled 23 points again in the 4th quarter with still 3 minutes to play. I imagine they will surpass 25 points in this quarter, but I do not see the Saints making up this deficit. And for now, I think right now the Mountaineers, as that was an inbound pass that nearly went in the net from Carissa Brown.
We're not part of the game, guys.
If you've ever wanted to see one of the craziest things ever, you might want to replay the last few minutes of this game. But Carissa Brown tried to inbounds that to Hunter Johns under the net, nearly put it in. That was one of the most crazy 3-point attempts I've ever seen. If it was. Riggin, pass inside off about 3 pairs of hands, still going through hands, and Pockernick picks it up. Sam just seems to know where the ball is. Most Mountaineers seem to find the ball a few more times than the Saints in tonight's game, unfortunately, for St. Clair's case. O'Neal to Johns, inside, Kucic, but she had taken 3 seconds, and the setup just took too long for the Mountaineers there to get it inside to her. And now we're going to see
they've got a whole new lineup coming on.
A substitution of 5 different players from Kevin Duffy, and you get the feeling what he's trying to do is rest the players who he does need.
Yeah. And you know what? It gives the chance for the people who do spend more time on the bench to get some little bit more court time.
And some of those players would include Desiree Dutrazak on the court right now, number 4, number 5, Callie Strongman, both more fresh faces to the team. Dutrazak joined them last year midway through the season. Callie joined them at the start of this season as a new member of the Mohawk Mountaineers. And so they will get a few more minutes here added to their time with 2.5 to play in this 4th quarter. Again, the lead remains 25 for the Mountaineers. Tam off the inbounds. Down low. Riley Welsh double dribbled as the referee was right on it from the baseline with the call. And another turnover. That puts St. Clair well over the 20 mark in this game. The Mountaineers have had consistent efforts on defense night in and night out, forcing opponents to at least what seems like a minimum of 20 turnovers per game, something that is not easy to accomplish.
And we saw Batnick coming off the court, sending in another face we don't see a lot, Danielle Datskew, number 23 for the Mohawk Mountaineers.
And again, Danielle joining the other 2 fresh faces. That's 3 newer faces, we should say, that, as you mentioned again about Jasmina, not as new now that the year is come towards an end as Riggin is fouled on her drive to the basket there for the Saints. But for the Mountaineers, still, albeit maybe not fresh and rookies, not as much time, like you mentioned, as other players on the court to fine-tune their game and get adjusted to this OCAA style of play. And so here, another couple minutes to notch under the belt. Riggin from the line, able to hit for Riggin. Cheyenne.
See if she can close that gap a little more.
And she's only a 53.8% free throw shooter coming in. And she pretty much stays true to that, going 1 for 2 from the line. And Riley Welsh unable to keep her balance as she came down with that rebound, stepped on a foot but was fouled, and the ball will be inbounds from the baseline. 4 fouls for each team, 1 away from the penalty with just 2 minutes to go. That could slow things down a bit for both teams. Ball goes down low, inside to Markovic, who's not gotten a whole lot of time either for the Saints tonight. They've also put on Caldarelli. There's a 3 from Cheyenne Riggin that creeps it over. So one of the few things that we've seen tonight actually go in for either team from the outside look, although the Mountaineers have gotten their shots to fall much more consistently in this second half. Karina Brown, inside, Douse almost able to grab it. Strongman, great steal, active hands, driving, put it in. Will it count? No. They're going to say off to the baseline for an inbound. She was clearly still on the floor when the foul was committed, and the blocking foul will bring Strongman to the line because it is a foul, and they are in the penalty now, St. Clair. So things might slow down a bit here with some foul shots. Callie, though, able to hit the first of 2.
Get some more points, get some stats up for her here.
Strongman, a 75% free throw shooter for the Mountaineers. And she'll add to that with a pair of free throws that push the Mohawk advantage back up. 23 now, 79-56 for the Mohawk Mountaineers.
Only a minute 30 left in this game.
Whipped around at the top. Here's another new face, Daguerre, who has not had much time for the Saints tonight. Missing that opportunity. Now strong with the board. Douse. Now up to Datskew. Datskew. Desiree Dutrazak. Dutrazak to Karina Brown. Brown looking for Strongman off the screen up top. Strongman to Dutrazak. Inside, Brown working against Daguerre with an easy turnaround right hand off the glass. That goes. Everything working for the Mohawk Mountaineers now.
About time.
Took long enough to get things cooking offensively, but they definitely have. They've even outscored themselves in their match against Sheridan, where they only collected 73 points in the win. Another good defensive matchup. They've given up a few more points than the Sheridan victory, but the offense has turned out even a little better. And after all the things we said in the first half about the lack of offense, 50 points now in the second half for the Mountaineers, a much better effort.
Well, whatever Duffy said, it clearly worked. We've seen more of an effort. We've seen more of that drive, that hunger for the win. And, I mean, hey, as we said, it's turned around for them. It's looking like they're going to finish in that second place position.
So that one not able to go on the second shot, and both have missed, both are misses from the line. But St. Clair remains in possession with 1:02 to go. 25-point advantage for the Mohawk Mountaineers, well on their way to securing the 12th win of the season with just 2 games left in the game. In the season. And a minute left in the game. You had me so confused, I don't know what I'm talking about.
I like confusing you. We have 5 seconds left on the shot clock. We'll see if we can make it.
Daguerre puts it up, did not get it to go near the net. Shot clock goes off. Also, Riley Welsh grabbed the loose ball but fell out of bounds as she did so. So 47.9 seconds left, ticking down to the final seconds of this one. As mentioned, 12 wins now for the Mountaineers on the season. Guaranteed second place out of this one. However, doesn't guarantee them second place just yet. They still have 2 games remaining on the season. The Saints have 3, as there's a loose ball picked up by Johns underneath. But it is a big win for the Mountaineers. It's the step they needed, and at the same time, they're going to be able to go forward now, deciding their destiny if they can set themselves up with an automatic berth in the OCAA provincial playoffs.
Well, and they've been doing a really good job of that, too. As we said, we've seen the win streak, the fact that they are continuing that moving forward. It's exactly the momentum you want going into those playoff games.
Johns makes the first from the line, and now she's able to make both. Hunter, just to check in on her free throw shooting, quite a good free throw shooter, averaging 73.1% as her free throw percentage coming into tonight's action. She's probably boosted that now. Going perfect there from the line. There's a quick shot thrown up by Caldarelli. She follows her own board well, but couldn't make either. Loose ball bounds away, and the shot clock can be turned off now. The final possession will be brought in by the Mountaineers, and they'll walk this one out to victory with 18.8 seconds to go. Duffy will be pleased, and as mentioned, a 12th win will give them sole possession a second as they move forward with just 2 games remaining still to play. One more match, which would come against Fanshawe, who is still in the top 5 of the West and a tough opponent.
Well, this is it. We got 1 second left, and that is the game. Mohawk wins 83-56 against the St. Clair Saints.
So, final score 83-56, as Christine mentioned, 27-point blowout victory. The Mountaineers had almost no trouble getting the offense going in the second half. It took a little because the first half was so tight defensively, but once the Mountaineers got the ball going, if you want to say, a little bit of a crappy basketball quote to use there, but once the ball got rolling for them offensively, it really got working, and also the defense never let up in the second half. So more so, I would like to think that St. Clair, it wasn't that the offense wasn't clicking, it was just the Mountaineers had such a great defensive effort all night from the first quarter all the way through, and this is something that Duffy would love to have going forward as you start to get into the later part of the season, because this is what you want in the playoffs.
Well, I mean, realistically, here in sports all the time, the key to a good offense is a good defense. And as you said, that's what we saw in today's game. They were flexible, they kept the ball moving.
And, well, at the end of the game, St. Clair had no response for the Mountaineer offense as they take it away, as mentioned, 83-56. We have some Mountaineer highlights we'll put up for you as the Mountaineers advance to 12-4, sole possession in second place in the OCAA Western Division. For the cast and crew,
I was going to say, we'll be here for the men's game at 8 o'clock. Let's take a look at these highlights. We'll catch you then.
For the cast and crew, I'm Nick Burney. For Christine Midgley, take care, everyone. Welcome inside the David Bray Athletics and Recreation Center on Mohawk College campus for tonight's action between the St. Clair Saints and the Mohawk Mountaineers men's basketball teams, where the Mohawk Mountaineers will try to snap a 7-game losing streak that has kind of taken over the middle of their season. I'm Nick Burney. Alongside me is Christine Midgley. The rest of the cast and crew, you will get to see some of their camera angles and shots as we move forward in this game. But first, we want to talk about the game itself and bring you in with a little bit of, well, what we think will happen or take place in tonight or be key factors. And for the Mohawk Mountaineers, Christine, what's one of the things that we should be looking for in tonight's game?
For the Mountaineers, you're going to be looking for that intensity. And I talked to Coach Jung before the game. You guys saw it on Tuesday's game. They fought hard. Didn't quite pull it off against Sheridan, but he said as long as you're seeing that kind of energy, that kind of enthusiasm, they can really stand a chance in tonight's game.
So that will be one of the keys for the Mohawk Mountaineers in tonight's game. But right now, as the game gets set to start, we'll take you to the starting lineups. And for the hometown Mountaineers, we have point guard Jordan Martin, number 4, Kareem Collins, the veteran, number 12, Jalen Bailey, number 15, Jesse Broad, 22, and Lamar Brar, the veteran, number 32, rounding out the starting 5. For the road side and the visiting St. Clair Saints, we have William Lara Craston, number 1, Charles Baskin, number 2, Jawan Lynch, number 5, Andres Bravo, number 14, and Lance Drummonds, number 23. So get set for a terrific night of men's basketball action here from the David Bray Athletics and Recreation Center as the tip-off is about to begin between the Mountaineers and Saints here live on Emily.
Let's head on over to the game.
Jesse Broad will take the tip against, as just mentioned, Drummonds. Lance Drummonds, 6'2", Hamilton, Ontario native, and he won the tip.
But Lamar Barr threw the ball out to the sidelines.
Well, he won it right at Lamar. It was the wrong guy, and Lamar maybe was in shock that it went to him because it came from the wrong guy. And the ball was knocked out of bounds, so St. Clair will start now with an inbounds. Basket starts working on Collins, moving from left to right. In green are the Saints, from right to left in white are the hometown Mountaineers. As mentioned, trying to snap a 7-game losing skid. And the first chance of the game, Baskin comes up short. Ball tipped loose though. Saints get it back down inside and Drummonds puts it away. Excuse me, it was actually Bravo who ended up taking that tip, who's number 14. Drummonds is 23. Yep. Bailey outside to Broad, the open shot, no good.
A little wide.
Bailey will get another opportunity off the offensive board, and his pops off rim.
They've got
Mountaineers staying with it, but that ball dribbled off a leg, kept in bounds by Baskin. What a play. Now Lara Caston moving forward. Picks up his dribble. Finds Drummonds. Open shot. Excuse me, it wasn't Drummonds, was Jawan Lynch.
Straight in the basket there.
So Lynch drills it, and it's an early, quick 5-0 start. Saints ahead. Martin cutting through. What a finish by the bigger Bravo. And what we're going to have here is early on, we're seeing a timeout from the Mohawk, or excuse me, not from the Mohawk Mountaineers. It seemed like the referee had pointed at Mohawk's bench when he called the timeout.
It was from St. Clair, though.
And it was from St. Clair. Even Coach Jonker had to look at the referee and go, why are you pointing at me? I didn't call anything.
He wasn't quite sure what was going on.
So he was about as much confused as we are, but early on, a quick timeout call by the St. Clair offense. They want to slow things down. Obviously, they saw some defensive they didn't like there from those missed opportunities, but those secondary chances. But as we look at this game, like you brought up, the Mountaineers trying to snap a losing streak, and Coach Jonker has said that there's a few things that he would like to see different from last game.
Yeah, so when he was in practice this week, Coach Jonker was really worried about his team breaking pressure. He was worried about the weak defense. He saw a lot of rebounds that weren't being picked up by the Mountaineers. And on terms of the offensive side, he's worried about the perimeter shots. He really wants to see more of those and stronger. So it'll be really interesting to see if the guys have picked up any of those tips this week and whether they can implement them in tonight's game.
Well, the Mountaineers will start as they usually do, regardless women or men's. They have a full court press on from the opening of the game. This one broken in about 2 seconds, but Bravo missed an easy lay-in. Offensive board, luckily by Lynch. St. Clair able to draw the foul down low under the basket. Going up was Lynch, and he'll go to the line, I believe. If not, actually, they're going to...
See, I'm not really sure how Bravo could miss that shot. His arm pretty much reaches all the way to the basket.
I was going to say, it looked like he could dunk. And there's been so much confusion in the early of this one, not even Lynch knew he was going to the line while he was standing under the basket waiting to get handed the ball for an inbounds. So Lynch at the line for 2. First trip for either side, and unfortunately for Lynch, that just would not go down, no matter what kind of effort he put into that.
Hey, but he gets that second one. Got Martin bringing the ball up, looking for somewhere to go.
And Martin, one of the best dribblers on the team. Great handles from such a young player. Here's Bailey at the top, spots up a 3 and drills it. And Mohawk, as they often do, live and die from beyond the arc. Early on, they're living down just a point. Craston inside Bravo, better pass to Drummond, wide open. And Drummond's with one of the easier buckets.
We got up to Bailey, looking for somewhere to go. Hits Lamar Barr.
Barr trying to follow up the play here. Now handing off right side. Broad tried to cut through, did not get to the rim. Baskin on the loose ball, carrying it forward quickly. Lynch an open look, well short on the 3. Collins the other way now with speed. Collins, drop off. Bailey makes a little move to his left with a dribble and drills the open shot. He's feeling it.
Little celebration there, well
Slightly.
deserved.
Oh, just a slightly, no. Love it when he gets excited. Gave a little look back to the bench like, it's on.
Was that what that was?
I don't know. I have to ask him, though. I want to clarify that. I don't want to put words in his mouth. Bravo doesn't get the quick jumper to go. Martin underneath battling with 2 St. Clair players. Unfortunately, they're able to force it off him and out of bounds and retain possession. An early 8-8 tie between the Saints and Mountaineers. Saints have won their last couple games here, but at the same time, and I don't mean, here in Mohawk, I mean overall in their OCAA season, but have barely pulled them out. And they're actually more trying to fight to cruise towards 500 and get themselves in a playoff position. The Mountaineers are just trying to snap themselves out of a huge funk.
Well, that being said, I talked to Coach Jonker about morale in terms of players who played on last year's team, which was a very winning team. And he said that even the return players know if they win 2 out of 3 of the next games,
as there's Collins,
with some points like that,
little finish.
If they win 2 or 3 out of the games, they can still go into those playoffs. They could still hit nationals. At least that's the mindset that his team has.
And that's the mindset they have to carry into games like this, or else they're not really going to be able to pull together, you would think, as Martin unable to keep that in bounds. The effort needed to win a game like this, or a couple of games, as they need to do.
Yeah, despite having that losing streak, dream big. And as you said, it was a very hard-fought game against Sheridan on Tuesday. And if they have that kind of energy again today, who knows what could happen.
There's a steal at the top between Bailey and Broad. One of them had to take it off the St. Clair offensive playmaker, Crafton. Now the other way, Martin, an open 3, drills it.
Hey, that's your guy. We know you like some Jordan Martin.
Jordy Martin. From way beyond, Mohawk responding early after the Saints were the ones who put the first 5 on the board. Mohawk has bounced back. Collins with a block. Felt like he got all ball. Referee makes the call. He's going to say a hold on the arm.
Mohawk bench, they did not like that call.
No, Coach Jonker did not, and he has a pretty good argument, I'd imagine. He had a pretty solid view being that close.
Well, the entire team looked like they were up in arms about that one.
Referee, though, deciding early that if it's close to, he'll make that call. Baskin unable to hit the first from the line. Charles Baskin, a Detroit, Michigan native, one of 3 players on the team outside of the country or internationals. Baskin also in his 5th and most likely will be one of his final years with the St. Clair Saints. Also his 5th and final year of eligibility in the OCAA as he's substituted now off for Jermaine Lynch. Brother, I believe, but we want to check that and probably double check that.
Well, I mean,
Jawan Lynch.
They both come from Windsor. I think it's a pretty safe bet.
I think there's more than 2 Lynches in Windsor. But aside from that, I'm sure Midgley's right. And just like that, Jalen Bailey goes, I know I'm right when I shoot 3s, and he does it again. So Mohawk now improving the lead to 7. St. Clair's got to find themselves here. And a strip. But unfortunately, Barr just couldn't stay in bounds while he made the pass to try and move things forward onto the offensive end. 6:13 to go. We're very early on in the first quarter, but the Mountaineers are feeling it offensively. And they're starting to work things a little better and tighter defensively, and it's forced a turnover.
Tosses that right into the crowd.
Gil Atencio, one of the 2 players, along with Bravo, who are from Panama City, Panama. Now, I don't think you'd ever think how do you get 2 guys from Panama
That's a bit of a trek.
in the OCAA? But an incredible flavor of international. Well, sorry, I should have said incredible touch of international flavor.
We're just holding up while we do some little shoe tying here, but the game isn't back on.
And speaking of shoe time, from Gil Atencio, who just wanted to grab a little Atencio to him. Martin, off the pass from Barr, looks at the corner. Bailey wants it, feels it, got it!
It
Four
is Bailey's
for 4.
game.
I think he ran faster back on D there than he needed to, but he's just excited.
He's pumped up, and that's what he needs. Just keep it going throughout the game.
19-9. Take another look at that Bailey finish. Nice little loop pass. He had a man right in his face, was Atencio, and he still drilled it. Down low, Drummond's got a chance after battling.
Mountaineers not letting him in.
And they definitely did not let him in with ease. Martin in the corner, thought about it, drives the hoop. Great feed, open look. Sabaya didn't get it. That would have been a dagger in the early going. Mountaineers still ahead 10 though. Great little dribble attempt there from Jermaine Lynch. And Jermaine had to go right off his foot out of bounds, though, as he couldn't cut by. And I will say, Jermaine does happen to look like Jawan, so maybe there is some family resemblance there. But then again, I happen to look like a lot of people tell me, and they're all not my family.
Apparently.
Collins to Barr, thought about it. Great pass, at least he tried to make a great pass down low to his cutting teammate, but a greater defensive play by Lynch there to follow it up, got his hand on it. And now substitutions. A Chanwa and Elcock coming into the game. Matt Elcock, a person we highlighted against Sheridan, but we didn't get to actually see play, unfortunately, due to the fact that Elcock was simply on the bench and we didn't know if he was injured or not, but he is back tonight. So we do know he's available here.
And he's the guy to watch. He has had time after time in these games. As a rookie, he has put up tons of points on the board. Lamar fighting.
And somehow Barr got it to Sabaya. It hit the rim, so it counts. Keeps possession, and the Mountaineers win possession off the tip. Although the referees will chat, it looks like maybe they're going to change the call as the other referee quickly lets him know, no, that was last touch by Collins. So St. Clair will escape without allowing this lead to expand or the Mountaineers to hit the 20-point mark just yet, but they've already exploded at 19, and we're just past the halfway point of the first quarter. So after a game in the women's just prior to this, where offense came in very little.
We have 5 seconds left on the shot clock. We'll see if he can make it to the basket.
And a shot by Lynch that's just awful. I don't even think that came within 5 feet of the basket. He was well out of bounds.
He wasn't even on 1 foot when he shot it.
I just don't know if he really meant to shoot it or it was a pass. But like I was saying, after
whatever it was, it didn't work.
Well, clearly not. But after finding it so hard to score in the women's game for either side, and there was almost no ability to find a flurry of scoring to the end for the Mountaineers, this game starts and the hometown Mountaineers are firing on all cylinders. Sabaya underneath, now kicks it out. 3 doesn't go there from Barr. Off the fingertips of Atencio, although right beside him was teammate Nick Vigley, and both of them couldn't grip it. So 14 on the clock, Mountaineers still in possession. Collins trying to go far back. Lynch, though, great job of stealing it.
Lamar Barr is the only person at the back to stop.
And he does a great job of forcing Drummonds to go out of his way on the layup, and he missed it. Collins, nice attempted pass off the leg of the defender and out of bounds, though. And we'll get a stoppage in play. Jalen Bailey's coming right back out for Barr, and we're going to see Baskin coming right back onto the court for St. Clair. And to take a break will be Lara Caston. Elcock off the screen, gets an open look and drills it.
Well, there he is. That's what we missed on Tuesday.
And we definitely could have used a few of those on Tuesday. Could have been the difference in the game between the Bruins and the Mountaineers, but Elcock trying to use it here tonight against the Saints. There's an open look for Vigley, and he could not get it. Baskin battling with Collins. The call made. Unfortunately, Collins just stepping on the out-of-bounds marker as he touched that one, trying to keep it in bounds. So Vigley will inbounds. Fires one over to Lynch. Jermaine to brother Jawan. He decides he's got enough space, pops the open 3, does not get it to go. Collins with the defensive board and will work his way forward to Elcock. Thought about the quick 3. Drives into Lynch, And we're going to see the offensive foul as the loose hand or extra arm push of Elcock has actually truly hurt now.
He's
what
down.
It looks like Jawan Lynch, who took one right in the chest/shoulder, and I do not believe
the trainer's going out.
Yeah, I don't believe he's actually going to be able to continue, at least for now. He's actually going to have to come off, and Laura Caston is going to come right back on for St. Clair. Jawan Lynch taking just a hard knock with the open arm of Elcock, shoulder to shoulder. And I mean, that could be an injury that we don't know the St. Clair Saints as well as we probably should, but then again, us being Mohawk Mountaineer broadcast here, might be an older injury that has come back here to haunt Jawan Lynch.
Yeah, you never know. With athletes, it happens a lot. But he is still holding his shoulder while the trainer looks at him, so we'll keep you posted on that.
Vigley to inbounds. Baskin gets it over to Lynch. Jawan's brother Jermaine still on the court. Baskin turning under pressure, looks across court. Laura Caston driving against Bailey. Looking across the way, shot has to come from Lynch, and it does not hit the anything but backboard. And Baskin steps up on Collins much too late to try and draw the charge foul. Clear blocking call.
Like bowls him over.
I mean, Kareem a bigger guy, but that's also what we were talking about in the last game. A lot of lack of calls went the way of the Mountaineers against Sheridan. I was even talking to the St. Clair coaches who, in a funny way, defended how angry I was about the last game during the broadcast and how awful the refereeing was. They said it was probably the most realistic broadcast they had gotten, and opinion-wise, they were more than in agreement with it, which is surprising. So they're looking for it tonight. Oh my! Well, Gil Atencio got up quick and he said, "Watch me fly."
He wanted to give you something to talk about.
Well, Panama City says, "Hello, Canada." And Jalen Bailey tried to respond, but could not.
Let's take a look at that shot.
We have to take another look. Gil Atencio, thank God Matt Elcock got out of the way, because goodness, on the way down, that ball was hammered through the net.
There was no stopping him there.
Baskin off to Lynch. Lynch with a move into the middle, and Lynch with a floater that drops, and suddenly St. Clair have quieted the crowd. They've put a halt to the momentum of the Mohawk offense, and they're chipping away at this lead. It's down to 9. Elcock, nice little up fake on Vigley. Drives, doesn't get it to go, though. Atencio almost lost the board, but picks it up. Finding Lynch. He tries the outlet. Laura Caston catches it, shoots a quick 3, almost got it. Didn't crawl over the rim, though.
And
Martin. And he's fouled from behind by Lynch. So the referee's right on that one. There's the reach-in foul. And they've been pretty solid in this one thus far, making the right calls. It's been a pretty open first quarter, excuse me. Feels like the scoring of the entire first half of the last game, which is why you look up at the scoreboard, you wonder, how did we get this many points in the first quarter alone? There's still 2 minutes to play.
This game has been way more exciting already. You can tell by the crowd's reaction, by our reaction. Your voice alone, the crowd knows it's a game to watch.
And it's been a much more improved effort offensively in terms of field goal percentage from both teams, shooting a lot better than in the women's game. And there's a beautiful prior opportunity missed before by Lynch. It's probably his 3rd or 4th open look from 3, and he finally gets one to fall, but that one cuts it all the way down to 6, and Jonker says that's enough. Timeout, Mountaineers.
Now, as we said, we just saw St. Clair come alive in those last couple minutes. So, as you said, Jonker's probably thinking it's time to regroup his team, reassemble, figure out what's going on, because these guys are coming to play.
And the Mountaineers, after starting off hot from beyond the arc, I've seen this a couple times this year. They send themselves a little bit too often now to that area to shoot that long-range 3 or to shoot the more outside shot. And I'm surprised by that, especially when they get a lead, that they're not instead going for the easier baskets, because oftentimes teams, when they get down, tend to run out at you more often for that shot and allows those drive-bys. And we saw Matt Elcock take advantage, almost making it but missing the layup on that last opportunity. But it's things like that that I would wish sometimes in a game like this, the Mountaineers would look inside more often.
Well, and that's what one of the things was that Jonker talked about. He said he was worried about those perimeter shots because, as you said, I mean, they're nice, they're fancy, but the actual percentage of getting them in, it's not great. So they need to go for those straight-up easier shots. Otherwise, I mean, I said it could be anybody's game. Look at the score.
And right now, 1:46 remains in the first quarter of action. 22-16, the Mountaineers hold a 6-point advantage as we're coming to the end of the first stanza. Broad gets the give and go back, set his feet, didn't shoot though. Bailey now peels off a man, finds Elcock. He had to catch and go up to then go down and get right back up
that
and
was
hit
a
it.
Really solid shot from Elcock.
Enough said about that, goodness. Quite an amazing job, like jumping up to catch it and then getting down, getting right back up to shoot it.
You just have to plant your feet and go. We've got Martin coming up, 3-on-1.
On speed. Wow.
There you go, again.
Jordan Martin, just a little runner in the lane, and now the Mountaineers have awoken since the final timeout, but Craston drills a 3. So suddenly, the Mountaineers had expanded the lead to above double digits.
Only 50 seconds left in this quarter.
Nice response from the Saints. Elcock swatted away twice! I think that got hit twice in the air by Atencio. Holy moly, he's got some hops. Baskin through! Rejected by the rim.
He tried for the dunk, it just didn't happen.
I don't even know if he really wanted the dunk, but he tried his best to get it to fall through. It could not, and Elcock again! If it's not Bailey, it's Matt Elcock, and there's nothing the Saints can do right now. They're red hot from beyond the arc. Lynch, Jermaine trips over his own feet out of bounds. Pretty clear. Good call by the referee. 20.9 left on the clock, and the Saints have turned it over, and the Mountaineers have turned it up a notch in this final 2 minutes since that timeout, Christine.
Yeah, we are looking at 30 points for Mohawk, 19 for St. Clair. As you said, shot clock has been turned off. There is less than 13 seconds left in this game, or in the quarter, not the game.
Well, the Mountaineers would love if it was the end of the game already, but pretty early on still. Martin trying to bring this quarter in with some points. Elcock turns, got it again!
How does he make it look that easy?
Well, maybe they should give him more days off in between games, more games off on occasion.
There you go, he can just play every other game. It'll work
Matty
out well
Elcock is looking dangerous, and so are the Mohawk Mountaineers.
Well,
32-19, they lead through one quarter play. And Christine, what is obviously the key to the offense?
well, you know what? We've talked about Elcock, but in the spirit of Valentine's Day, we're going to throw it to your man crush, Jordan Martin. He's one of your favorite players. You get so excited when he's on. Tell me about him.
Well, Jordan Martin, 9.9 points per game right now, 41.7 field goal percentage shooter. Not the greatest from beyond the arc at 27% right now, but in the last game he broke out 18 points against the Bruins, and I think it's now becoming, with the more opportunities he's had and less players on the team, more of an opportunity that Martin can actually shine a little bit.
Absolutely.
Than being the extra guy.
He is one of those first-year players. So for him to get that extra time on the court, I think we're really seeing him come into his own. As you said, that last game, shooting 18 points, which compared to his average of 9 point whatever it was, it's a big jump for him. So I think we're going to see a lot more from him in the future.
And Jordan Martin, since the second half has started, after averaging about 4 or 5 points in the first half of the season because of, as we mentioned, limited time, Martin has really picked it up. Like you said, he's already boosted the average a full 4 or 5 points per game in just 4 games. So give a lot of credit to Martin. And we'll look at the replay of the first quarter highlights now and what's happened between the Saints and Mountaineers, which was a pretty offensive quarter, as we mentioned multiple times. 32-19, the Mountaineers ahead, and it's because of their attack from outside. As you look at the stats in the first quarter, 3-point percentage, 61.5%. I know they're shooting over 50% from the field, but if you shoot from over 60% from beyond the arc, Christine, you're bound to have success.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like we got some guys walking back onto the court. They're ready to go. 10 seconds until this game starts back up.
And one thing I do want to point out, I mentioned it to Nick Sahami, who was part of the broadcast last game against the Sheridan Bruins. We've had a few different people join the broadcast over the last few weeks to cover. What I noticed was that I had said to Nick, there's really never been a whole lot of dunks this year, and that was something that was surprising to me. Well, thank you personally, Gil Atencio, for grabbing my Atencio tonight.
Oh,
you have
no, that was
full
bad.
100% Atencio now.
Stop.
Of me.
No more.
I hope he dunks a few more
Let's get
times.
back to this game now.
Baskin driving.
See, he just wanted to shut you up.
I highly doubt that. He would love to keep me going. Martin running down the court. Hand off to Collins, a long-range triple coming from Kareem, and he's not able to get it to go, and Atencio is the one who grabs the board. On the court for the St. Clair Saints, Alex Sagan also joining, number 8. I'm sure he has no relation to Tyler Seguin, so if you're asking his brother how he's doing in Dallas, he probably doesn't know. Gil Atencio driving, but great defense. Unfortunately, a hand-on-hand combat inside, and the foul will go against Lamar Barr, number 32 of the Mountaineers, and Atencio will go to the line, shooting 2. Mountaineers up big early. Haven't had leads like this pretty much all season, so this is a unique position to be in, especially when you're on a 7-game losing streak. Not many times during a 7-game losing streak are you up in those 7 games and blowing leads. And unfortunately for the Mountaineers, they haven't really actually blown a lead in any game to lose it. They've just never really had any leads. And like the Sheridan game where they were behind every step of the way from the first seconds of the game where they gave up the first score, this one, the exact opposite kind of feel.
But you know what? That's the kind of game they need right now to get them revitalized, get some points. Because you know what? If they turn this around, you never know what could happen in the upcoming games. Get that motivation going.
And like you said, they need to win out. Could get them in the playoffs. Their year might not be done, even if their record is under 500. In that shot, a big three-pointer from St. Clair coming from the side angle. Mountaineers deficit cut under 10. And all of a sudden, it's kind of disappeared a bit after being 13 to start the quarter. The first 7 points scored by St. Clair. Collins works on basket into the middle. Nice try, but he couldn't get it to go. Another board for Atencio, and Baskin works forward. Baskin going to his left and now slowing things down, wants to allow his team to catch up. Seguin thought about a catch and shoot. Delivers it back to Baskin. Now, Drummond. Laura Caston.
5 seconds on the shot clock.
He has to get it off. Caston could take the pass, but Martin had it kick off his foot. Well, they have 1.7 seconds left on the shot clock. So St. Clair would have to inbound it at the speed of light and get a quick shot off here.
We got Bravo coming into the game.
And he will sub in for Atencio.
I feel like we need to put in a public apology to Atencio for Nick's terrible puns. I apologize.
I don't think so at all. His name's Atencio. It sounds like attention. It's pretty fair. There's an open 3 missed by Baskin that he had no chance of making, as you had, man, draped all over him. Lamar Barr going into the middle, lost the ball on the way up, but he will get the foul call, albeit the Saints can't believe it. They thought he was out of control as he went up for the attempted lay-in. St. Clair, though, has come out with a much better start to the second quarter than the Mountaineers, who have looked a little bit shied away from the game almost after exploding in the first quarter from beyond the arc. And, of course, Matt Elcock and Jalen Bailey have not been seen on the court just yet a whole lot.
Well,
Jalen is on the court, but not exactly heard of in the second quarter yet.
Bailey's currently having a conversation with one of the refs. So
probably the most he's done thus far in this quarter. And, I mean, what I would do is, if I was the Mountaineers, I would like to get the ball to Bailey and Elcock, considering how good they've been early on. I would like to think they were the 2 guys you'd want to keep going back to in this game. Baskin and Broad, pretty unhappy more with himself, I think, that he just got caught up in the feet of Baskin and draws the call against himself there. Jesse, as we mentioned multiple times in the second semester, has had to take over the center position when realistically he's played small forward and shooting guard and other positions that are smaller in the year and a half that he's been with Mohawk up to this point.
That's what happens when you have a new team with a very shallow bench. You don't have those players, people are going to have to sub in.
And Drummonds with a nice, easy finish down low. And that shows there, Mountaineers not with a lot of size underneath the basket, and it can cost them that way. Broad, Martin working on Seguin. Martin, kick out, Barr cuts in the middle, tries a little pull-up 2, does not get it to go. The air ball bounds away. And St. Clair are really bringing it now. The lead is 5, and Brian Jonker will make a substitution, which is, interesting enough, Elcock for Bailey.
Well, as you said, Bailey really didn't do a lot in the couple minutes that he was on the court, so maybe Elcock will make more of an impact.
We'll see if bringing on Elcock can keep his hot hand going. Both him and Bailey were red hot in the first quarter from beyond the arc, hitting 3 3-pointers apiece each. Seguin pulls up for an open 3, but it's just a little strong. Had a good look. Collins to Elcock. Elcock from way out. Got it! Wow!
And that's why Jonker put him back in the game.
What is that, from Peterborough? Holy moly, Matt Elcock. Do you even know that that's like a 5-pointer in my book?
I don't think that's how the game works.
It doesn't, but it should. Laura Caston passing it around. Now Seguin tries again from the corner. Now he's too short, but great follow-up give him credit. Alex Sagan following up his shot there and earning a trip to the line. But Matt Elcock, you put him on, he barely even got a chance.
Let's take a look.
But then he gets to show you this. Within 5 seconds of getting on the court, he pulls up from a mile away and decides, wait a second, I think I could have taken another 3 steps before I was even
But why would he
past the
bother? He
3-point
doesn't
line.
need to. He can shoot from half court and still get into the basket. No problem.
I'm sure Coach Jonker would disagree with that, but at the same time, I'm sure he knows how good the range is on him. And at the same time, still awe-inspiring and a little shocking to see what skill Elcock possesses and how accurate he is when shooting from long distance.
And again, he is a first-year player, so Mohawk's going to have a good couple years with him. It'll be really interesting to see how he grows with the team.
Jordan Martin, Matt Elcock, part of that young, new crew. They roll into town and try to remold the Mountaineers for years going forward, as Christine mentioned. Broad to Martin. Martin makes a nice little cut. What a better pass! Oh, that looked like street ball a bit, but Broad couldn't finish it. Bravo the board, and he outlets for Laura Caston. Caston cuts through with ease, lays it in, right hand off glass. Very smooth finish from the St. Clair guard. No, there's a nice move on Martin. Cut through 2, maybe 3, 4 on the pass. Gets wheeled around to Elcock. Oh, just a little short off rim. Kick out Sabaya. Offensive board by Collins leads to another chance, but the Mountaineers can't finish.
Bravo
Bravo.
smacks that down.
That's a big man tumbling to the ground.
Elcock down.
Wow. You did not want to see a big man like Bravo falling on top of a smaller player like Elcock. That almost became a lot worse for Matt. But at the same turn, a foul on the play committed by the Mountaineers, and the Saints will move forward.
And you can see Elcock just shaking it off. He's ready to go. He's not going to let that stop him with his momentum in this game.
Mountaineers still ahead right now by just 4, though. 36-32. Lead's been cut right down. This was a 13-point lead. Mountaineers have only 4 points in the quarter thus far. We're over 4 minutes in. There's a miss from the Saints offensively. Outlet pass to Collins. Bad reaching by Bravo, but at the same time, I think he knew exactly what he wanted to do there. Slow down that fast break. He had really probably actually the smartest decision there, stopping the fast Collins from an easy bucket.
No, it was definitely intentional. I mean, he put up his hand. He's like, no, I own it. He gets it. But
And a good foul, too, because the Saints had no one back and no way of stopping Kareem Collins getting to the hoop there with ease.
no, they have a much better setup now, so we'll see if the Mountaineers can make it through. But of
Well,
course,
Elcock, he just wants to shoot everything. That was from way out.
But again, he could have taken a few more steps there. He was not rushed at all.
And that might be just part of his game. He's got that flowing three-point shot. Baskin here decides to take those extra steps. Instead of a 3, he shoots a long 2 and doesn't get it to go either.
See Martin looking across to Elcock.
He crossed Baskin, cuts right through inside. Nice little bounce pass to Sabaya, an easy finish. And if Martin continues to cut through the defense like that, the St. Clair Saints are going to have trouble stopping open looks, because you got to have guys move over to Martin to cover him, and that leaves players open.
Well, Martin is so fast, so agile. He can just deke his way through.
And Lynch just misses a 3, but Drummond was clapping and jumping up and down underneath the basket, didn't get the ball. Martin pulls up and couldn't make this shot, and as the Mountaineers trying in transition to score quickly.
Kareem flying up and down the court.
And there's another miss. We've seen a massive amount of miss here in the past minute from both sides. Now Martin, a quick catch and shoot 3, doesn't get it to go. Both teams just swinging it back and forth and shooting it up.
I think Martin got a
Nothing's
little
going in.
greedy on that one. Elcock was pretty close to the net. I think that would have been better as a pass.
And Laura Caston, able to hit that runner in the lane with the left hand, the Windsor, Ontario native, second-year player for St. Clair. Mountaineers. Elcock drives by Baskin, took a shot, does not get the call, but sinks the easy baseline jumper. Matty Elcock is shooting the lights out right now for the most part. Baskin against Martin. Uses the screen from Bravo and then hands off to him. Bravo shoots it over to Lynch. Lynch cutting in, tried to go inside, and unfortunately lost out of bounds off his hands last. And we'll get some substitutions from either side as the Mountaineers prepare to inbounds with 3:44 to play first half. Saints with Caston, the Lynch brothers. As we've seen now, Jawan seems all right after that earlier nick up. And then two Panama City members, Bravo and Atencio, on the court currently for the Mountaineers. Bailey, Achanwa, Elcock, Sabaya, and Collins.
Mohawk.
6-point lead. Oh, sorry.
That's what I was about to say. So you took the words right out of my mouth.
And Bailey just couldn't keep that in bounds on the pass from Collins. And now we've seen a substitution. It's Nick Vigley, the Cottenham, Ontario native, rookie, 6'1".
He's taking his time coming in.
Vigley works at the top against Elcock. Now handoff, Lynch to Bravo. Long range two from Bravo. Not the best of shots, an air ball. Loose ball gets whacked around. Finds itself out of bounds. The Mountaineers are confused as to how that went off them. Elcock,
shot clock still on. 7 seconds for them to make this basket.
Atencio off the inbound. Trying to drive. Used his extra hand. Jonker can't believe it. He was right in the referee's ear, but the Mountaineers regained possession. But Elcock has to whip it off of Lynch. And unfortunately for St. Clair, Lynch not only was standing out of bounds when it went off him, but also that ball rolled out of bounds. So a smart play by Elcock, and he keeps possession for the Mountaineers.
No, he's definitely one of the playmakers in this.
Sabaya just had that three-pointer go in and out. Under 3 minutes to go. The offense has slowed down in this one. The Mountaineers just 8 points in the second quarter. Their lead is still far too close to within reach for Jonker's liking. 6 points right now.
But as we said, they do have a lead, so it's just going to be hanging on to that. 5 seconds left on the shot clock.
Kick out for Vigley. He's got to put it up with seconds counting down, and he did get it to go, but at the same time, the rebound may have been come down with by Bravo, but the foul is called underneath on him as Bailey hit the floor hard, and because of that, a turnover from St. Clair with 2:37 to play. So the Mountaineers, as you mentioned, still holding the lead, but trying to hopefully up it a bit here in the final minutes. Bailey almost knocked to the ground, finds Barr, who hangs in the air and makes the shot.
A classic Barr shot, muscling right through under the net.
And that's what Barr and Collins do best. They work themselves into those tight areas around the net, the high percentage areas, and Atencio there pretty clearly with his shoulder drives through a Achanwa for a pretty clear charging call. The referees did not have to make
that looked more like a hockey hit there.
Yeah. I think he tried to deck him, and that was about as illegal as it gets. And Atencio, with the offensive foul, will turn it over again for the Saints. A chance for Mohawk to up on this 42-34 8-point lead as we're coming towards the end of the first half, and it's been pretty tight. Obviously, it's not the kind of quarter, just 10 points right now, that the Mountaineers would have enjoyed or hoped for after that extremely hot start in the first. But if you're a Mountaineer fan, or if you're watching this game and just hoping for good basketball, I think you're getting a pretty solid game between two teams that have not had very good years this year.
No, well, St. Clair, I mean, they do rank 5th place, whereas you have Mohawk ranking 7th. But Mohawk, as we said, they're on a 7-game loss streak, and to be able to come back and fight as much as they are is incredibly impressive. Not necessarily what we would expect, but it is nice to see them have that lead. It'll be better to see if they can keep that lead. It'll be really, really good to see them move forward with this kind of momentum.
And hopefully, as you mentioned, the key to this is a win tonight actually opens the door for the Mountaineers to have a chance at the playoffs. If they don't win tonight, I would like to think that based off some other results, although I'll have to double check and we'll have to go through the standings and see who has to play who and what games are left in hand, I would imagine a loss tonight does officially eliminate Mohawk from contention, because I would imagine that Fanshawe or, of course, St. Clair would be grabbing their 7th win at that point and going above 500, or Redeemer getting an 8th win or already being at 7 eliminates Mohawk because they only have 3 games remaining after this.
Yeah, this win is absolutely crucial. Yeah.
Excuse me.
No, absolutely crucial here. We're going to get it back started. 2 minutes and 19 seconds left in the first half. Mohawk leading 42-34.
If they beat St. Clair, they not only would knock St. Clair to under 500 at 6-7, they'd be 5-7 Mohawk. They'd be just that 1 win behind. So like Christina's mentioned, as much as you look back at this year and you go, how does a 7-game losing streak on a team somehow give them still a chance at winning a playoff spot? Well, your 4-9 Mohawk Mountaineers with a couple wins and a couple losses here and there to other opponents could find themselves in the playoffs with 6 wins.
And all you need is hope, and I think that's what this game signifies, is hope.
Ball brought forward by Lara Caston. Inside now it goes from Viegli into Atencio, back to Viegli cutting, but his shot doesn't go. Rebound for Drummonds down low, put it home. St. Clair cuts that deficit. 6 points now, 42-36. Collins. Elcock up fake, got his man to go up off his feet, then found Achanwa down low for the bucket and one. Adrian Achanwa, not known for his scoring touch around the rim per se, finding the bucket there.
Drummonds just let that ball bounce off his head after it went in the net.
I had a feeling Christine had to notice that. I noticed, didn't want to say anything, kind of wanted to keep it almost secret.
Oh, but you could. He felt so defeated.
I just think he was so in the game he didn't even realize what it was. 45-36 after Adrian sinks the free throw, completing the three-point play. Drummond the other way says, well, this one can bounce all the way in. 45-38. Nice little lay-in from Drummonds there. The Hamilton, Ontario native. One of 2 Hamilton natives on the team for the Saints. There's Lynch stealing it. That was Germain, but he lost it for a second, albeit the tough hustle back defense of Bailey. And of course, Achanwa created that, although St. Clair will have the ball now to inbounds. And I believe they were ready to inbounds the pass there, but
a little bit of confusion down that end of the court.
Almost a little too quickly from St. Clair. With 1:27 to go, Atencio. Cross court, Laura Cassin's open. No good though, he missed his chance, but he got it back, and Viegli didn't get his either. 2 missed opportunities from the Saints. Collins the other way, stripped by Jermaine Lynch. Lynch back, finds Caston open, 3, book it. This time he ain't missing that.
That brings us to 45-41. Mohawk still leading only by a small margin.
Bailey wants the 3 under pressure from 3 men, couldn't do it. Chanwa the offensive board, but he's blocked away by Drummond. Caston traveled on his way to delivering that pass thanks to the pressure by Bailey. Give Jalen Bailey credit for hustling back there on his man after the miss. And because of that, he's forced another St. Clair turnover. So as this game has creeped again to within a couple possessions at just 4 points, 45-41, with under a minute to go in the half. Mountaineers trying to stretch it back a bit before we go into the short break. Barr to the left, almost dribbling it off the foot of Lynch. Then he defeated him by spinning him off. But Caston picks off his pass intended for Bailey. Caston the other way, driving, swatted by Collins. Loose ball still available. Barr finds it. Kareem Collins just destroyed that thing. Achanwa the other way, almost jumped over by Drummonds, and he gets another foul and the bucket. Well, that time Drummonds almost jumped over his head there. Good little hesitation by Achanwa to get that foul. But let's look back just for 5 seconds and think, if that Collins block doesn't take place, does that even happen? Kareem Collins has some sort of ability to play defense. I would almost relate him to very much, in some ways, he feels like a LeBron James coming back on D, because for his size, he shouldn't run that fast.
But he's everywhere.
That's what I mean. The amazing thing about Collins is we'll take a look here at this replay. Martin, great little finish inside. But Collins has such speed, as I said, for his size, and I know he just appears everywhere, but that ability to track back like that, I don't believe for a second Lynch even thought he was that close. I think Lynch went up like that because he thought Collins had given up.
He thought he was by himself, but no, Collins can go, get a layup, and be right back at his net defending immediately afterwards. It's like impressive to see.
Very impressive to see. So, for the Mountaineers, as we stand right now, 6-point advantage.
We see St. Clair here regrouping, seeing how they can play off this next 26 seconds to get that 6 points they need to tie up the game.
And St. Clair would desperately like to continue to play the way they have towards the end of this quarter. Much different from that first quarter where they were, well, a little stunned, I would admit, as anyone would be, by the 3-point beret of attack that the Mountaineers brought with them to start this game. But at the same time,
yeah, and that's what you get from Matt Elcock.
That is what you do get from Bailey and Elcock quite often. These guys are very good 3-point shooters. If they're feeling it, oh my goodness, you better have a body on them. And the Saints have adjusted. They've gotten the bodies on the guys outside. Mohawk has slowly adjusted, though, in this second quarter, and after starting very slow, have found themselves with 16 points on the board in the quarter. Pretty surprising turnaround for the Mohawk Mountaineers. Shot clock still on. There's a difference of 2 seconds for the Saints to work with. And they're under 10 on that clock. Atencio driving. Put the extra arm out, it looked like, but a hold on a Chanwa. Is it on the floor, though, or was he motioning upwards for the shot? And they're in the penalty, so you know what? It won't even matter. Atencio is to the line for 2. Jonker, though, had a few words. He does not look pleased about that call. That was a lot more of a lighter call. I think we've seen a lot of hard fouls tonight, though. Just the way that tonight's game's been played, very physical game, especially down low.
See if he can make this other shot.
Elcock spreading himself farther up court as Atencio makes the shot.
Brings it to a 6-point deficit with
And here
8
comes
seconds
Collins.
left. We'll
What
see
speed
if Collins.
from Kareem. Little handoff to the corner. Oh, and Elcock couldn't get it to go. Still
2,
loose. Still
1.
time. A shot from Barr. Just too much as he had to rush. He had almost no time to turn around and take a look even where he was on the court.
Well, they had to make a fast play there. It didn't quite work out, but they put the effort in.
48-42, the Mohawk Mountaineers will lead at the end of one half of play. The Saints, who came in 6-6, trying to go above 500 and really set themselves in a position where they could guarantee a playoff spot, have done nothing of the sort. The Mohawk Mountaineers, as Christina said, have given themselves some new life. If they win this one, they might have a chance at moving on to those OCAA playoffs. We have some highlights from the first half to leave you with, and then we will be back after a break for the second half of action from the David Bray Athletics and Recreation Center. Center on Mohawk College campus. I'm Nick Burney, alongside me, Christine Midgley. The Mohawk Mountaineers have one of their few leads this season, and one of the few leads they've had during this 7-game losing streak. They currently are trying to rid of the demons, and right now leading by 6 as the second half has opened with the first possession going the way of the visiting Saints. The Mountaineers are looking to build on this very successful first half here tonight, but unfortunately the Saints started off on the right foot with an easy basket down low from Bravo. And Christine, what are a couple things, as you were talking to the coaches coming out of the half, from first the Mohawk Mountaineers, what are the home team looking to do building off that first half?
Jonker's pretty happy with how these guys played. He's seeing the kind of energy he was hoping for, seeing a lot of sharing of the ball, solid assists. So basically, as long as they keep going with that, it's going to go in their favor. However, the turnovers have been a huge issue for the Mountaineers. St. Clair getting most of their points off of easy balls where they're getting easy points.
And Martin finds Barr in the corner. Barr doesn't get it to go. Collins, though, battling and finds the loose ball for an offensive rebound. Collins to Barr. Barr driving baseline, and he put his foot on the baseline, out of bounds for a turnover. And as for the visiting Saints, Christine, what is something that Jimmy Parsons has asked his team to do to kind of change it up? The Saints are better than this usually, albeit a 500 team coming in.
Well, Parsons acknowledges that Jonker always puts out a tough team, so he wants his team to keep chipping away, really playing as one, working together, but most importantly, executing. If they execute and they follow through with these plays, as you're seeing them try to do right now, that's where you're going to win the game. See, it fell apart, and that's where the problem is. He says they know what to do, and they need to take care of business.
Martin hands off to Bailey from the side. Bailey, who was taking care of business in the first half, unable to do so there on that shot. Ooh, Collins had a wide open Martin. He just rushed his pass a bit and threw it away out of bounds. You can hear Jonker saying that exact same notion. Take a little more time, be careful with the ball. And these are the kind of things that will possibly make or break this game for the Mountaineers as we come down to the final moments of it, depending if we do keep a tight contest. Mountaineers have had the lead pretty much through this one from the start, where they opened up a big first quarter lead, and the Saints brought it back down, much tighter second quarter of play. Collins, a little handoff and another early three from the Mountaineers that doesn't go. Loose ball, Bravo wins it, and he gets it out.
Looks
Here
like follow-through is becoming a problem for the Mountaineers as well.
And Caston, who was one of the better St. Clair Saints, and we'll probably take a more detailed look at Caston later on in this one, getting the call as he goes to the hoop. Caston also a team-high 13 points in the first half of play. The leading scorer after one half, pretty much no surprise, Matt Elcock, 16 points on 4 of 7 from beyond the arc and 6 of 11 shooting.
Well, that was another comment that Coach Parsons had, is that part of the struggle with his team has been defending those three-point shots, mainly from Matt Elcock.
And after the first goes from Caston, St. Clair now trailing by just a possession. Second does not go, but an offensive rebound. Here's Baskin. Shot doesn't go either. First 3 points of the quarter, all for the Saints. Cutting the 6-point deficit in half. Martin to Bailey. Kind of rolls off his little screen or a half screen and doesn't knock down that three-pointer though. Atencio to Baskin. Working slowly up court. Inside. Ball on the top of the key. It's Atencio. Finds an open man. Lynch from the corner. Doesn't get the open shot. Baskin had an offensive board, and then he just had it slip out of his hands. That was just a miss from Lynch, and he was wide open on the side. Baskin then just unable to kind of squeeze that ball in the rebound. There's a pass from Collins picked off by Lynch. Lynch couldn't put it home. Grabbed his own rebound and is fouled hard as he went up for a third try, and he's going to get to go to the line. And the Saints, you can see Parsons, he's pretty pleased with his team right now. This has been a dominating start. We are barely into the third quarter of play. 2.5 have passed. and St. Clair have scored the only 3 points, but they've really kept the possession, and they've kept all the play really on the half of the Mountaineers for the most part.
Well, at this point, they're only trailing by 3 points. So, I mean, he missed that first one, which would have helped them close that gap a little bit. But here we go with the second, and he gets it. So we got 2 points separating these teams right now.
So Lynch, like teammate Caston, just 1 of 2 from the line. Great pass between Bailey and Martin. Martin outlets to Collins from beyond the arc, and he drills.
And again, shot from the outside, exactly what St. Clair was worried about.
When the Mountaineers are hitting that shot, as most teams would be, they are pretty dangerous. Baskin, Caston led the team in scoring. And there's a good lead down low, Atencio, but Atencio traveled. He did not think he took an extra step, but the referees disagree. We're right there on the baseline, had a good view of him. 51-46, 7:06 is very early. Barely 3 minutes gone.
I don't think Mohawk realized they needed to go take the ball at that point, but Broad stepped up.
As all 5 Mountaineers were in play wanting that ball instead of being ready to inbound it, Lamar Barr takes it to the hole with good strength, drawing the call. Jamie Parsons, though, continues to do the dance in front of us, begging for a travel call. And he's letting everyone know.
There's 2 steps in basketball.
At first I thought he was doing a dance for real, like the Macarena, but he meant it.
He says he's more of a cha-cha slide person. That's my kind of guy.
At least Jimmy Parsons has a great sense of humor. I had a feeling.
And you got Barr going in for another shot, and he gets it.
So Barr able to make from the line. He sinks both, 7-point lead. St. Clair Saints trying to keep the possession. Lynch battling with Bailey to the rim, and he draws a foul as Bailey just could not believe as he kept his feet moving. He thought he had kept with Lynch the whole way to the hole. Lynch able to draw that call, though. And it's been a very tight game with a lot of calls, but at the same time, no complaints from either side. And I have to admit, this has been one of the better ref games I've seen. This is coming off a game I complained a bunch, but in all honesty, this has been a boatload better. Very, very consistent have the referees been. Not for a second have you been able to question why something was called and why something was let go. The occasional argument has been made here and there, but this has been a pretty solid game. And as Lynch makes both, we're right back down to a 5-point lead for the Mountaineers. Martin just gets over the timeline with Achonwa.
He struggled to get it out of there, but oh.
And Collins pushed from behind as he was headed towards the hoop. Caston has some words for the referee. Felt like he was instead getting the shove from the outside arm of Collins, but either way, Caston ain't winning that battle, and the Mountaineers will inbound from the baseline. 5-point lead still. Lots of communication. They want him on Elcock. Elcock did not get that call. He wanted the foul on his 3-point shot. Barr, though, does earn that as he picked up the loose ball underneath and is fouled by Atencio. Elcock has been a clear source of interest for the St. Clair Saints, more so in this second half. They want the focus to be of their players guarding number 3, getting in front of him on any opportunity that he has an open look at the basket like that one, and that worked out much better for them.
Especially from the outside, they do not want him making those shots.
Bravo about to check in for the Saints. 4-point now advantage. 53-49. Miss from Barr, loose ball picked up by the Mountaineers. A shot from Elcock, no good, in and out. Atencio grabs that board over Achonwa. Achonwa was down for a second, but he's back up okay. But Baskin makes it hurt a little more with a big 3.
And you've got the St. Clair bench up and going. They're excited about this.
They're feeling it right now, and Martin loses it out of bounds. Achonwa can't believe it. I'm not sure if he's actually arguing about the previous play where he was knocked to the ground or for Martin on that one, feeling that there was a reach-in. Either way, frustration setting in for the Mountaineers early in the third quarter.
The score now only 1 point away, 53-52. It looks like Mohawk's losing some of their endurance, which that's going to be hard going through trying to finish this game strong.
And St. Clair has taken a lead. They haven't had a lead since they opened the game with a 5-0 lead, and Collins, offensive foul, took it against his man. There's been no complaint from Jonker. Instead, he calls a timeout. He looks pretty disappointed with the first 4 minutes and 10 seconds, which is exactly the opposite reaction of the St. Clair Saints and their bench.
Well, you can see them right now. They are celebrating. As you said, they haven't had a lead the entire game. So for them to come back right now is crucial. So hopefully Jonker is giving his guys the right pep talk that they need to get them back into this game.
And also for the Mountaineers, they are currently being outscored 12-5 in this quarter. So clearly they need to pick it up, get involved, get active with their hands and with their feet, because thus far, through the first 4 minutes of this quarter, they've pretty much shown up, or rather, for better lack of a word, have not shown up.
Well, I think that's the struggle when you have such a young team. I mean, we've talked about it time and time again. They have so many rookies, and it's great. They come out strong. However, we're talking about endurance. They're dying off by the time we get to this point in the game. And you just can't. Like, the end of your game is going to be the most important. If you can't stay for that, what's the point?
So the Mountaineers, as we mentioned, they had a lead after the first quarter that was impressive. It was 14 points. Or excuse me, a 13-point lead, 32-19. It was a very impressive lead. It was cut into in the second quarter, which could have been expected for most. This is a team that's not used to even having a lead. They've basically not seen a lead since, you could say, the first opening minutes of games over the last 7 during the losing streak. Be interesting to see if they can handle now being behind in this game for the first time since early. Well, they weren't behind for long.
Mohawk now has 3 points on the St. Clair Saints.
And also, I believe they had checked the score and re-changed the score around. Mohawk was still ahead the last time. They had changed the score to 54-53, but there, Atencio!
There's the dunk that you want to see.
There's the attention seer as he has drawn it again.
Nick, we've
slams
discussed
it
this,
down low.
No more.
The attention seeker has drawn it again.
Let's go to Lamar Barr now, to Elcock.
And Lamar gets it outside. Nothing wrong with saying his name that
5
way.
seconds
Still a good
left
dunker.
on the shot clock.
Collins tripped up by Caston. And we got to take another look at that Atencio dunk, who slams it down low where most people can't get the hops to get up there. And he just took a little pass from Lynch and just throws it down. He's probably the only player on the court that can actually get up that high to dunk from that close to the basket, although he is one of the few players that's actually tall enough to dunk. Mountaineers don't quite have the same height as the Saints down low in their forward category.
I mean, he is 6'7". You've got Bravo, who's 6'8".
Atencio not able to get that one to go, followed up by his teammate who fell hard over top of him.
But he's bouncing back up. He looks like he's okay to go.
Atencio
fixing his
took
shoe
a
again.
little second there, but I think he's just fixing his shoe. Looked originally like he was shaking his hand. Still might be sore after he slammed it off the rim so hard with that last dunk, but St. Clair down a point. This will slow up momentum in the game right now for both teams a bit. But the Panama City native has definitely been an interesting factor in this one. Lynch cuts inside, gets the foul call and the hesitation as he goes up strong and draws it on his way up. So 56-55, 1 point game, 4:41 to go, third quarter. Jermaine Lynch from the line. And he's not able to get the first to go.
But we'll see if he can tie the game with this second attempt.
And it will go for Jermaine Lynch. Lynch shoots better than his brother from the free throw line, 76.6%. Jawan only a 65% shooter. So he's the better free throw shooter of the two. There's an a defensive board for Atencio. Leading the court, Lynch. Little handoff for Baskin, but he didn't take the shot. Goes down low for Atencio, spinning on Sabaya and drawing the call as he threw it up. Sabaya can't believe it. He's looking at him like, what happened there? But at the same time, the call is made and Atencio will go back to the line. And now he does look hurt. I don't know if he's feeling it from earlier things or just that kind of contorted him a bit, but even Sabaya is kind of still talking to the referee saying, I don't see what I did.
Well, Elcock's over there talking right now. We're seeing this tie break as St. Clair pulls ahead after that shot.
So the Mountaineers need to figure out their offense. It's been a very quiet crowd in this third quarter as well, as they've been silenced by the lack of the lack of interest, I would like to say, of the Mountaineers, at least from what they've shown. They almost seem a little bit disengaged right now, which is much different from that first quarter and even the first half. Bailey from beyond the arc, can't get it to go. Things are just not falling right now. Outlet pass by Bravo, nice knockdown by Collins, better teammate tip by Bailey. Collins comes up with it, works on his defender Baskin, a good pass off. Bailey can't hit another open look though. Bravo the loose ball to Jermaine Lynch, who wants to slow things down for the Saints here as we come under 4 minutes to go third quarter. Saints have really started to take control of this game out of nowhere after being down 6 coming into the third quarter play. There's a miss from long range though. Chance for the Mountaineers to cut into this. Kick out, Elcock. Now Bailey, another three-point try. Doesn't get it to go again. Ball knocked loose. Elcock off a man. Collins tried to quickly flip it to Bailey. Maybe a little bit too quick.
We're getting a swap out here. We are seeing Lara Caston back into the game, hoping to put some more points up for the Saints.
58-56 lead. Atencio substitutes out. One of the first rests he'll get. Caston, Lynch, or the Lynches, Bravo, and Baskin on the court. That'd be Jermaine and Jawan Lynch for the Saints. There's a miss with the left hand from Caston, but guess who to clean up? Bravo.
Rebound.
The other Panama City man is the Panama City members, Bravo and Atencio. My goodness, that name. Atencio and Bravo have been pretty significant to the St. Clair Saints tonight. But of course, William Lara Caston, who we will get to later at the end of this quarter, has also been a key piece, as he has all year. And this team has definitely turned it around and shocked the Mountaineers a bit here in the third quarter.
I see Martin shooting for some free throw points here, seeing if he can bring the score a little closer together.
Martin off back rim. Unfortunately, can't hit the first.
No, I think these guys need to get their game back together. You can see them unraveling.
Martin misses both from the line, and the Mountaineers can't cut this deficit down. It's 4 points right now. Nick Weigley setting himself to come back in. Ball worked over here to the side. Lynch, now Koss. Caston cutting through. Beautiful attempt at the finish, but it did not go. Rolls out. Collins, nice move along the sideline. Cutting through. Nice outlet pass, but the problem was he ran over his defender in the process for a charging call. Caston stood his ground very well, and Collins just unable to keep a check on his feet there.
That's too bad because Martin did have a beautiful shot from the outside at that point, but no luck.
Good attempted setup, but things, again, not working the way of the Mountaineers right now. Kind of feels like the story of their season. They've been close in quite a few games, and things have sort of slipped out of their reach since that early 4-2 start. 7 straight losses have hurt them. Trying to bounce out of it again tonight, and there, Baskin not helping at all. Curls around the screen and drills it.
It looks like a different team out here for the Saints than what we saw in the first half of this game. They have really stepped it up. As we're seeing, they're playing like a team, exactly what their coach wanted to see.
Baskin cuts around Bailey, finds in the corner Weigley, well too short with the 3 there. 6-point lead and a turnover. Caston wide open.
You've got the whole bench for St. Clair's pretty much on the court cheering their team on as they're getting down to that basket.
Isaac Gamble getting ready to check in right in front of us here. We'll take another look at that turnover. Collins, a flimsy pass. Caston came running through as the Mountaineers, though, able to score now. Finally getting this lead cut into a bit, although they bring it just back down to 6. Minute and a half ticking away in the third quarter. Baskin open, takes the pass, cutting through, almost lost it, regained it, put it up, and the foul called against St. Clair, I believe, and it's going to be, although the refs will first deviate between each other, and finally we're going to see 14. That's Bravo getting the call down low.
He was not happy about that at all.
A little bit of a loose elbow or forearm was thrown by Bravo is the call, and with that, Gamble able to check in for Viegli. First look at Isaac Gamble for the St. Clair Saints. Bailey, meanwhile, goes to the other end to shoot 2 as both teams are in the penalty in the final minute 21. And Jalen Bailey, who's had a very quiet game since that explosion to start the first quarter.
The first quarter was where he really shone. He really needs to tap back into whatever that was if the Mohawk Mountaineers think they have a chance to get back in this game.
He makes both here, so those are his first 2 points since the first. He hasn't scored since that opening quarter in those 3-pointers. So Bailey puts himself into double digits in points with those 2. St. Clair, though, still hold a lead, albeit only 4 now. Mohawk trying to cut it down again. Nearing a minute to go third quarter, but an open look for Gamble. No good, he was short. Barr smartly slows things down. Will head across the timeline, making a pass to Elcock. Now Martin from Barr, and he wants to kind of set pieces here in motion for the Mountaineer offense. Goes to his left to Elcock. Off the screen, Elcock finding space, leaning, doesn't get it to crawl.
5 seconds on the clock, and it goes back.
Here comes the other way, the Saints. Lynch to the corner, Gamble moved, and he should not have taken that step before he put the dribble down. The referee right beside him had an easy view of the travel.
Again, Mohawk forgetting that they need to go and bring the ball inbound before they all head back.
And even the St. Clair Saints, I think, are laughing there down towards their teammates, saying, you forgot that basketball, you need to bring that thing to the floor with you.
Okay, we've got 30 seconds left in this quarter.
Sabaya, Martin, inside, a chance here. Tried to be a little fancy there, Martin, when he didn't need to. Went for the extra pass to Sabaya instead of going up with it, and it might have cost the Mountaineers a chance at points. And a timeout by Jimmy Parsons with 22.3 seconds left in the third quarter of play means the Saints will try to regroup for one last possession before the end of the third quarter.
Now, we mentioned it before, simplicity is sometimes the biggest asset. As he said, they were getting a little bit too fancy at the net. They were getting muscled around a bit, when really they just had to play the good plain basketball, which is where you're going to get into the net with easier shots.
And I think as we go through this game, St. Clair has slowly kind of found their groove and caught their momentum and found their way. The second quarter should have proven that a little more. Third quarter has definitely made that known. At the same time, the Mountaineers, while this is taking place, have lost their grip on tonight's game. And as you mentioned a couple times, look, and even I mentioned, look just a little bit out of it, disengaged in that third quarter.
They do not look like the same team we were watching earlier in this game. So hopefully, whatever Jonker is saying to them right now, you can see it on your monitors. Hopefully, he's getting them revved up again to finish off this quarter strong and hopefully for the fourth quarter.
Mountaineers will need a strong push if they want to snap the 8 or 7 game losing streak they're currently on. They would like to start a win streak to end the year, as we mentioned earlier in the night. That could propel them to the playoffs. And you wouldn't think that a team who has suffered 9 losses in a 16-game schedule, who is guaranteed to finish below 500, has a chance at that still with 3 games remaining. But with this being one of 3 final games, Mountaineers need wins. This is not, though, how they plan to get one. St. Clair off the inbounds. No shot clock. They just have to get over the timeline and make something happen. Lynch does that.
15 seconds left.
Here's an easy finish for Bravo. Now the Mountaineers will have the last shot with under 10 seconds. Martin brings forward, looking for points here to cut into this deficit, and he jacks up a 3 that doesn't go.
And the final shot.
And a chance from half court, no foul being called. St. Clair looks everywhere for the foul call, but more smiles on the face. Maybe even a thumbs up is in probably a good non-call. 66-60 the score at the end of 3 quarters. And as we come to the end of 3 quarters with the Saints now taking the lead, we're going to see the profile here brought up of William Caston, who's probably been one of the biggest reasons why St. Clair has gotten themselves a lead through 3 quarters.
Laura Caston, He has an 85.7% on the free throw, which we haven't even really seen a lot of. He's been making the outside shots in this game.
Well, at the same time, though, 13.2 points per game. He's not a high-end scorer. 47.5 field goal percentage, 32.7, as you said, from beyond the arc. But that free throw percentage being so high, one of the scary things about him is you don't want to allow him to get to the line too often. He's second in all of the OCAA with his percentage from the line. And tonight, as you mentioned, albeit he has not exactly attacked the line as much, he's still been one of their leaders in scoring, and it's because he's been able to work that shot from outside. And I think if we're just going to see the Saints, continue their success offensively, I should say, going forward in the fourth, the ball's going to get through the hands of Caston more and more.
And you can see him really plan his shots.
And we're going to take some quick highlight look back on the third quarter's top plays from either side. It started with the Saints scoring early, and really it'll end with the Saints scoring late as they've taken this 6-point lead. But I think from the highlights you can clearly tell one of the keys that the Mountaineers have not had in this third quarter, or at least have not brought with them since the first. The outside shot isn't falling, and they can't seem to refigure or configure their offense to form some sort of different way of scoring.
Well, we'll see as these guys are walking back on the court. Maybe Jonker is able to turn something around over that little break they had there. Because as he said, things just aren't seeming to work out the way that the way we want to see them work out.
So the Mountaineers head back to the court. We're getting ready for the fourth quarter of action. Final stanza and the final opportunity for the Mountaineers to crawl back into this one. They've blown a lead. They had the lead after one quarter. They let the Saints back in the second, and they officially let the Saints take control of this one in the third. So unless the Mountaineers have something they can do here, they're on their way to an 8th straight defeat.
You're going to see Bailey. You got Bailey, Martin, Lamar Barr, Jesse Broad, and Matt Elcock taking the court for the Mountaineers.
The Mountaineers trying to get something started on the offensive end to begin the quarter. Elcock to Martin. Martin cutting through the lane with ease. Bravo came over, and Martin draws the call and one. And he's going to go to line to shoot that one, try and complete a 3-point play. So a great start for the Mountaineers, going right into the hole, getting a tough bucket inside, and earning a foul. And, of course, this would be the kind of quarter you would like to see St. Clair hit the penalty early if you're the Mountaineers. Martin, though, missing the shot, followed it up strong, went for his own loose ball. Jump ball is called, and therefore, with the possession error in the favor of the Saints, they will regain possession now.
At this point, there is a 4-point deficit for the Mohawk Mountaineers, with St. Clair leading at 66 points.
Caston, before he gets to inbounds. And there was a little confusion there. Jonker wanted to make sure there's no foul call, and the referee wanted to just let him know that there would be no foul call. But because of that, they wanted to switch up the shot clock, I believe, take a couple seconds off for the Saints here. Baskin works forward here, moving against Martin. Looks to his left to Caston, who's touched the ball quite often on the offensive end. One of their key signings, Jermaine Lynch cutting through. What a shot! I don't know how he did it, hanging up in the air, but he shows off some great body balance there, and Lynch hits it, upping that St. Clair lead to 6. Bailey against Caston. Bailey wants to take Caston in, kicks it out. Martin, but instead Bailey, like earlier we've seen with Barr, could not keep his control as he went in through the middle. Collins. We saw that earlier. The Mountaineers have been caught again on a charge. That kick out is there, but you got to watch your feet as you continue to drive forward to the net.
They cannot afford those kind of mistakes at this point in the game. We have 9 minutes left. They're down by 6 points. They need every chance they can get, and those mistakes just aren't working in their favor.
Missed opportunities for the Mountaineers have cost them thus far. Gamble with an open 3 doesn't go. Bravo makes them pay with an offensive board and a putback, stretching the lead to 8. And now we're seeing Jawan Lynch get ready to substitute in for the St. Clair Saints. Jesse Broad thought about the spot up 3, and he was caught on a travel. Originally might have been possible that he could have been tripped up a bit there, but he took the extra step before he put the dribble down, and the Mountaineers have turned it over early in the quarter. Martin goes over to have a little word with Broad, try and keep them all on the same page here. The Mountaineers will need to put in a full load of effort here. This is not going to be an easy fourth quarter. The Saints have really picked up the pace and just seemingly improved with each possession in this game. Lynch slowly guiding the offense to the right. Finds Cass, an open left corner three, off back iron, pops out, and great play by Lynch to find basket. Now over to Caston in the corner again, doesn't go. Loose ball down low. It's Jawan Lynch with an offensive board. Finds his brother Jermaine. Great moves made Martin slip down to the ground, and he able to cut through and earn the call. Must admit, the St. Clair Saints are driving the Mountaineers, it would seem like, insane with the amount of offensive rebounds they pulled down. But what really would be driving Brian Jonker insane is the lack of boxing out and finding a man. There's 5 white shirts, 5 green shirts, and when it's on offense for St. Clair most times, it looks like there's 7 green shirts and 5 white shirts.
Half the time, their players look wide open. As we've talked about, you've seen Lara Caston on the outside every time, but every single time he's been open. And
you're wondering, where's that guy and where's that help defense coming over to cover? St. Clair is driving them insane right now. They can't seem to pick up a man. 8-point deficit, 8:07 to go.
Got the Mohawk players looking at the clock, trying to figure out exactly how much time they've got to turn this thing around.
And Jermaine Lynch has had a heck of a game. He's really poured it in. Both ends of the floor. He's been a tough defender, but he's been one heck of a ball handler and a real tough piece to deal with. Not just scoring, but playmaking.
Oh, and there's a little celebration there.
The excitement of the Saints is taking over, and they're not afraid to show it, but with every right they should. They are picking up the pace in this one and feeling good. Martin from the right side, short jumper does not fall. Things are not working for the Mountaineers. Baskin coming forward. Takes his time. Saints know they can use the clock to their advantage now. Drummonds, outside Lynch, Jawan Lynch, tried to go inside to Bravo, hit a leg. Bravo still finds Caston outside, driving in with the left hand, or the right, excuse me, but he was caught on a travel. He knew it, no argument there. And with 7:42 to go, a turnover could help the Mountaineers slightly cut this deficit down. It's reached double digits at 10 points. Martin, working against Caston, given some space. Now Barr pulls up for 3. Doesn't get it to go. Achanwa can't win the offensive board. Baskin the other way with steam. Ends up kicking it out. Caston open 3. Short off front rim. Ball bounds away and picked up by the Saints. Jawan Lynch to Baskin. Baskin to Bravo. Working against a smaller Achanwa. Nice turnaround move. Bravo, that was terrific work. And he used his body size to his advantage. Martin working against Crossan. What a move, but Bravo swats it away. And Bravo
is not letting anyone in his house.
No, not on both ends of the floor. He owns the one end.
But he's coming out now, subbing in.
And Atencio will get his opportunity to come in and replace him down low, but we'll take another look at that. Terrific work by Bravo on both ends of the court. Here's his work on the other end defensively, swatting that Martin ball. And there, a great finish the other way is Caston on the fast break while we showed that replay, able to finish the lay-in for the Saints off a turnover. Achanwa quickly goes to drive the hoop and draws a foul, but the lead is now stretched to 76-62. The Mountaineers have watched this game just become imploded, and they really have what it feels like no ability to pull themselves closer here, it feels.
No, and you can see the frustration on their face. I think
Barr does get a point there.
They're having a bit of a mental breakdown at this point, and that's really more of a struggle than I think the physical endurance at this point.
Mountaineers have let this one slip away. They've got to really grab the reins now. There's a big turnover, could work their favor. Collins, though, poked away by Caston. Nice follow through defensively by Caston, and a good reach in there. So the Mountaineers will inbound the ball from the baseline underneath the St. Clair net with 6.5 to play. Elcock, Martin, Collins, and Achanwa on the court with Barr. As the 5 Mountaineers, Elcock to Collins. Collins wants to take Baskin, but finds Barr open in the corner. So Barr tries to nail the 3. He got hit on the play. There's no call. The Mountaineer bench was up, but there was no call and no veil from the referee. And the other way, Drummonds finishes with ease, wide open.
Martin trying to get through again.
And a great cut, though, from Martin, as you mentioned. A good finish from Martin the other way. Caston, though, and he finishes and one. Laura Caston makes it look too easy. He gets a little love from his teammate, Jermaine Lynch. Jermaine Lynch. It is Jermaine. Thought for a second Jawan there. They look pretty close. But number 3, Lynch, gives some love. Now Jawan and the rest of the teammates can share their thoughts with him. It's an 80-66 advantage that St. Clair's opened up, and the Mountaineers have let this one slip.
You can just see the confidence on the faces of St. Clair. You can see, unfortunately, in some drastic contrast there, the Mountaineers not looking too happy on their end.
So the Mountaineers, they're going to pull themselves out of this one. It's going to be quick.
I mean, it's doable. It is still
more
doable
than
at
doable.
this point.
14-point deficit, but if you're down 14 and it's 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter against a team that's playing like the Saints are, just like the Mountaineers for their playoff lives, the Saints cannot lose games like this because a loss of the Mountaineers allows the Mountaineers to have a chance at their spot. I know that right now this is probably one of those games that would need a huge turnaround to happen immediately. They can't wait any longer. If this takes another 3-4 minutes off the clock and we remain about a double-digit distance, I doubt this game, has any chance left for the Mountaineers.
No, it's the head game at this point. We'll see if these guys can pull it off. But as I said, it's St. Clair. You can see their confidence shining through, and if they continue to carry that through, I mean, we know exactly how this game would end.
Caston will try to finish off a 3-point play here. Mountaineers are looking to try and win, of course, their first game in 8. If they lose tonight, it'll be 8 straight losses on the table for the Mountaineers. They were once, yes, a 4-2 team this year, currently 4-9 since enduring this massive losing streak. They still have not won a game in the second half of the season here in 2017. Martin, kick out. Collins thought about it, working against Drummond inside. Tried to throw it down to Barr, almost threw it away. Barr then almost had it knocked out of his hands by Baskin. Finally a jump ball called between Baskin, Atencio, and Barr, who are about as wrapped up as you could possibly get. Looks like Twister down there.
Hey,
and I know Barr ain't winning because he ain't having fun.
Well, he's not giving up, though, and that's what counts at this point.
And our producer in our ear, Allie, just had to let us know that she felt like that was the most vicious game of Twister, and she has no reason to go play there, and I feel the same way. I don't think I'd be winning that either.
No, you wouldn't.
Unless I wanted to get my arms ripped off. 5:46 to go. The Mountaineers are definitely putting the effort in. They won possession thanks to the possession arrow, so they still have a chance to cut into this 15 now point deficit after that 3-point play from, as there's a tip in from and lost by Caston.
As he slides into the wall.
And he is giving it about his all right now. And he looks all right, comes up with a smile on his face. The effort has been there from the St. Clair Saints pretty clearly.
Well, they wouldn't have gotten back that lead if they didn't have that effort.
And so Martin off the inbound, driving past Lynch, taking in the middle. Atencio knocked out of his hands. Collins open, 3 doesn't go. Martin follows it up, tries to quickly put it back up and does not have that fall either. Caston battled with by Chonwall, gets over to Jermaine Lynch. They break the full court press. Lynch coming back, and Lynch can't finish that runner in the lane. And the ball falls out of bounds. And as it falls out of bounds, the Mountaineers will have to fall back to center court here, or excuse me, the Saints will have to fall back to center court, and the Mountaineers will make a sub as Jalen Bailey comes on and Kareem Collins gets a well-deserved rest. But the more time that comes off this clock and they cannot cut into this deficit, the more it works in favor of the Saints. Oh, a smart little play by Martin, and he had Caston diving for that ball but could not get it. But a turnover leads Caston on the fast break, and he goes sliding into the other wall at the other end after scoring. But there's a bad pass the other way by the Mountaineers, and now Atencio, well, my goodness, he just put that through an opponent's legs, but then just couldn't finish it. Elcock, kick out. Bailey had it tipped by Atencio as he ran out at him. A Chonwa underneath, and he turned it over to Caston. Fast break the other way. Pass it up. Oh, Atencio wanted that. The alley-oop just missed. Either way, St. Clair is bringing it now. 19-point lead. Oh, yeah. 4:40 to go. The Mountaineers have really let it slip away now. And inside, we're going to see a foul. It is on Atencio. Atencio with the foul underneath. We'll take a look at that. And I believe the replay we're going to have for you here, just 1 second, is Caston with that beautiful alley-oop pass. Atencio maybe just a little far away from the baskets if he wanted to slam that down, which would have been lovely and all. As there's Martin finishing a lovely play himself off glass.
But again, we said it didn't have to be fancy. We don't need the fancy dunks from Atencio. He's getting it in. They're getting the points.
And they're getting many more points than the Mountaineers right now, to say the least. Open look, Sagan. Can't get it to go. Drummond underneath, though, another offensive board. And you can't win a game when you're giving up this many second chance points. It's pretty clear the Mountaineers are letting the Saints run away now with this one. A turnover again, but Drummond turned it right back over. Barr, quick three, drilled it. Finally, something for Lamar goes through, or even for the Mountaineers in general. And Tremaine Lynch, as a timeout is called by St. Clair, has a wry look over at the bench. He does understand his teammates hurt, but he was saying, hey, I'm wide open. Unfortunately, I don't think they need all those extra points. 87-71, 3:56 to go in the fourth quarter. Christine, it's a 16-point deficit. I really didn't think the game would follow the same kind of track line as the women's game. But like when in the women's, the Mountaineer women took advantage in the fourth quarter and ran away with it, we're seeing the exact opposite in the men's game. It's the St. Clair Saints now who are taking advantage of the fourth quarter and making a very close game a blowout.
As you said, we've seen them die off. We've said they've been unraveling the whole time. You see the Saints coach here giving his team a pep talk. They're looking nothing but smiles. If you go over to the Mohawk side, everybody's looking exhausted. We saw some shots of Matt Elcock earlier, and you could just see the exhaustion on his face. I don't know how much further they can get, but here we go, trying to finish off this last portion of the game with 3 minutes, 56 seconds left. 87 for St. Clair, 71 for Mohawk.
And you hit the nail on the head. There's no better way to describe this game, as the Mountaineers have pretty much turned off the channel and decided to tune out, it feels. I know the effort's there, and that's not to say that all of them on the court are pretty much not caring. They care, you can see it, but it's just not come together for them. And the last two quarters especially have been very disappointing, the way the St. Clair Saints have been able to dominate them, mainly in this fourth quarter through the first 6 minutes. There, though, a turnover from the Saints, and the Mountaineers, after scoring that three from Barr to cut it back down to 16, now get a turnover and maybe a chance to cut it a little more. They are running out of time, though. They got to be quick.
Well, we talked about the importance of execution with Coach Parsons over the half there, and I think it's almost flipped around. The execution just hasn't been there for the Mohawk Mountaineers, and that's really what they need to do to try and finish this game strong, or at least try and hold on a bit. Yeah, it's kind of past it, I think, at this point.
Barr too short on that three, and if the threes aren't falling, it's not going to be any easier. Juwan Lynch under immense trouble. Bailey and Collins just were like, give me the ball, it's ours anyways. It does say Mohawk on it. But to no avail, the referee possession clearly in the way of the Saints. Could have been a foul there almost on the Mountaineers. And there's a great outlet pass. Jermaine Lynch on the run. What a little fake in the middle. My, he's getting pumped. He's had a heck of a game. Let's give credit where credit is due.
Absolutely. Again, St. Clair bench right on the court cheering on their team.
And very excited, so excited they didn't agree with that call, and you could hear them through the headsets there. And the Saints, and that's part of the difference you've seen tonight. Their bench has been lively. They've been helping. They've been building the energy of their team. The Mountaineers bench we haven't heard a peep from, I think, since the first quarter.
No, and that's the thing. You need to be supportive. Same with the fans. We haven't heard anything from the fans pumping up the Mohawk guys
And that has
either.
also been disappointing for a pretty decent-sized crowd. We have not heard a peep from the crowd, and there hasn't been much to cheer about. Give them that. But a very quiet crowd here tonight at the David Bray Athletics and Recreation Center. The Mohawk Mountaineers have not given them much to cheer about, and they ain't doing any better. Bravo on that one. Very bravo.
Again, no more puns. I'm done.
Martin for three, drills it. How can you not have puns on the two easiest names that literally mean something, Christine Midgley? You are the most depressing person ever. I am being replaced. I have a job now. Moving forward. Bailey to Elcock. Elcock from way out can't get it to go, and the Mountaineers are throwing them up now. Barr able to grab the board and score. 2.5 to go.
93 to 76.
Cutting through, and Caston finishes. We're going to see a substitution coming up of Atencio. Not that the Saints will really need to make any changes. Bailey for 3 doesn't go. Barr another offensive board, as he's really been doing well on the boards here lately, Barr, and he puts another in.
He's not giving up. You can see him. He's always been a leader of this team, and he's trying to get those final points. But as we've said, at this point, 2 minutes left in the game. It's not going to make much of a difference.
Jermaine Lynch takes that long stretch pass, driving towards the hoop. Great little dump pass. Jermaine Lynch is having fun now. Too much fun.
The whole team's having fun.
Loving
You're
it.
Dancing on the sidelines.
And because he was dancing up the side after he made that terrific play. Bailey able to hit a 3. But this game has just become an offensive firehouse. And I have to admit, we laughed because Jawan Lynch just got poked in the eye almost by the referee by accident for just trying to ask him a question. Not the referee's fault either. Too. But he almost got poked his eye out there.
Innocent mistakes, they happen.
97-81, 147 to go. Atencio back on with Bravo, Jermaine Lynch, Baskin, and of course, Caston. And Caston there, traveling almost, but lost the ball to Martin. Dribbled off his foot. Here's Bailey. Open 3 again. And now, with Bailey having made a couple threes, there may only be a minute 35 left, but St. Clair has decided to call a timeout. It's 97-84. It's a 13-point game. Barr and company have left it late, and I don't think they're going to have the time needed to cut down this deficit like they want to.
1 minute and 35 seconds is not enough time to have that kind of a comeback, especially, as we've said, with the exhaustion they're feeling.
So the St. Clair Saints have definitely earned themselves their lead right now and their advantage, but at the same time, they've taken it to the Mountaineers more and more as the fourth quarter has improved. And I think, as you come to think of it, the Mountaineers, as we said earlier, they haven't played with a whole lot of leads this year. So it's not as if when the first quarter came and went that lead was something common for them.
It was heartbreaking. It's made
heartbreaking
it more
to see, but not common for them to actually deal with. So I feel like part of what we're seeing tonight is that extra frustration that you knew you actually had a lead in this game, and this is still, again, we're in the same position. It's got to feel even worse for the guys, like you said, Bar Collins, guys who have been here during winning times, to say, we really can't even hold a lead for more than a quarter.
Well, yeah, you had a team last year that ended up going to the finals, a largely undefeated team for the most part. And to come into a season like this, as I said, you can see how frustrated they have gotten, and it is hard for those guys. You have to think they'd lose some morale over that.
So, 1:35 to play. The final ticks of this one might not be the most, well, competitive, but we'll see. Baskin off the inbounds, definitely being charged by the Mountaineers. They're trying to put the pressure on. Kudos to them. 3 men on the ball. They're definitely creating some problems for Baskin. They found the open man, though, and Atencio just can't hit it. But there's an open rebound and unable to finish underneath.
Lamar Barr not giving up.
Back the other way. Elcock. Air ball. Not often will you see that from Elcock.
No, but you look at him. He is so tired.
And he looks pretty disappointed, not just with himself on that one, but in general with the effort tonight. By the way, that was TJ Howard, or TJ is listed as Albert as another name, Howard. He's also a Hamilton, Ontario native, one of the only 2 on this team, him and Drummonds, from the area, born and raised. Atencio under immense pressure, and a foul is called on the reach-in eventually by the Mountaineers, and I'm not sure if they really do want to play the foul game. They are already trailing 13 points with just 1:06 to go. I'm not sure if Jonker will actually have them continue to foul, or if they'll just let this one run out. The Mountaineers on their way to an 8th straight loss. The Saints will win their 3rd straight, which has pulled them from an under 500 team to a team that is now 7-6, above 500, and actually in a pretty good spot to obtain an OCAA playoff position. And just before the ball has been inbounded, things are going to be switched up in terms of the shot clock, and they're going to bring it to 18 seconds here, and Drummond will have to inbounds again.
We'll take 2.
So another attempt. And TJ Howard had that one go in through his hands, but Barr with a great steal. Barr drives the lane. What a finish by Lamar Barr.
1 minute left in this game here at Big Braley Center.
What a terrific finish, though, from Lamar. He still plays with heart all the way to the final ticks. It's a shame, though, the St. Clair Saints scoring on that will now improve their lead to 99-86. There's a steal from Atencio as things continue to get out of hand here a little bit as Martin pulls Atencio down, but actually he's called for traveling. Now Martin's trying to pull the ball at Atencio, who's holding it in his legs, and he's getting mad, and then, oh boy, Sabaya pushes Howard, and now the referee has to come over and say, wait a second, guys. Do we really have to go there with 45 seconds? But in a frustrating game like this, on a team that has lost 8 in a row, you start to wonder, when will the boiling point come? And it might be right here that the Mountaineers are just fed up in a game that they did have a lead in. This might be extra tough on them to know that they're going to lose this one tonight.
As we said, they must be so disheartened after having that lead. And really, as I talked about before, this was kind of their chance at hope. It was a hopeful game. They had that lead beforehand, and you can see what's happened now.
As Elcock reaching in there, trying to win the ball basket. Nothing too vicious there. Those are just a good, hard effort from both of those on the court. And at the same time, you have to wonder, the Mountaineers, as they come to the end of this one, where does Jonker go from here with these final 2 games? Barr, open long look from way out, doesn't go. Drummond comes down the board, got pulled by Martin a bit from behind. And with that, a foul is called, and you can see Jimmy Parsons is trying to keep this game at cool heads by calling his team over to kind of have them hang around him instead of just hanging around on the court. And that might be the best thing, actually, for St. Clair.
I was going to say that's a really smart move because, as we said, they have been playing so well as a team. So to see them kind of losing focus a little bit as Mohawk gets more frustrated, they don't really want to go that route for the end of the game. Another point for St. Clair, bringing them up to a solid 100.
So Drummond, as he hits the century mark for his team, makes the second to go to 101. Bailey takes the long-range pass, and it'll take a quick spot-up 3 that doesn't go. Baskin the board, and the shot clock has been turned off.
20
and Martin
seconds.
with another foul in the middle. And of course, with both teams in the penalty, every foul leads to 2 shots from the line. So St. Clair will go there again with the shot clock off. 21 seconds to go in the ball game. The Mountaineers will lose their 8th straight game of the OCAA season. And it's not been a good, easy, or fun ride in any sort of term for Coach Jonker during this period of time. And 2017, still winless for the Mountaineers as it stands.
No, I think moving forward, again, it's the endurance that's a problem because we did see such a great start from them in this game. And if they can keep playing the way they did in the first half of this game, I think they could see some significantly different results.
There are positives, like you said, to take away. That first half, first quarter especially, were brilliant from the Mountaineers, and something that surprised us in a positive manner because we have seen during these 7 losses very few leads and very few quality basketball efforts and performances from the Mountaineers. But tonight, things to take away like those first 2 quarters. Maybe they can build off them. Unfortunately, they just can't have second halves like they did if they want to win these games. Tonight's was quite disappointing. Caston, key player for the Saints, will add another point to his total from the line and have a chance to add another with just 16.8 on the clock. And he's able to make 105-86 now. Ball inbounded again, almost picked by Drummond. Elcock up the way, takes the spot up 3, does not crawl over the rim. Atencio comes down with it, and St. Clair are going to run it out as they know they've got the win. Drummond keeps it back in, although he gave it away with that pass, trying to keep it in bounds.
One more
and Bailey
shot.
shoots it up off rim.
Close, actually. Now, a disappointing loss for the Mohawk Mountaineers, but St. Clair, great comeback.
And it's tough to say an 8th straight loss for the Mohawk Mountaineers, but as this one comes to an end at 105-86, the Mohawk Mountaineers' first couple quarters don't win you a full 4-quarter game. And I think Brian Jonker will have that message for his guys. As for the Jimmy Parsons St. Clair Saints, they're moving up to 7-6. They now have a real solid opportunity at venturing into the OCAA playoffs. For everyone here today at the David Bray Athletics and Recreation Center, we want to say a big thank you for joining us for Mohawk Mountaineers basketball. We have highlights now to throw to you from today's game. For Christine Midgley, I'm Nick Burney. For the cast and crew, did a great job on camera work. So long, everyone.
We will see you back on February 21st when your Mohawk Mountaineers take on Fanshawe.